My name is Dana Zellman with the Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau. I just want to thank everybody for joining us this morning. We have some incredibly knowledgeable and talented people with us here today, and we're really encouraged by all the interest in this workshop and are hopeful that today's discussion will start us on the right path towards optimizing how to integrate and use apps successfully in the broader 911 ecosystem. But before we begin, a few housekeeping things. This morning we'll have a set of panelists for session 1 and session 2, and we invite all of those panelists to rejoin us at the table for session 3 this afternoon. But we're going to break promptly at noon because today, as some of you might know, there's a Arsenal of Democracy flyover that's happening on the mall, and it's supposed to get there right at 12:10, and it's going to be cool. So, I think we all kind of want to see that, and it's going to be a beautiful day. So we're going to try and break very promptly at 12. So to our panelists on the morning panel, just keep that in mind a little bit. But after that, we also hope that you'll join us in the Technology Experience Center right around the corner in here, in the Commission's library for a small exhibition of some 911 apps, some white papers, and other materials that might be of interest. So to enable that, we have a little bit of a longer lunch hour, and we'll reconvene at 1:30 this afternoon for the third panel, which, like I said, will include all of our participants. So with that, I'll hand it off to Admiral Simpson, the Chief of the Public Safety Bureau, to say a few words.
Great, thanks. Thanks, Dana, and thanks to everyone who's coming, and those of you that saw the movie Unbroken or countless other movies that talk about that showed the heroism of our world true aviators. That exhibit at lunch is really going to be exciting. B-29, just like the one that dropped the atomic bombs, some of the aircraft, the Liberator that played such an important role in Europe. It's going to be exciting. So I'd ask that you remember our veteran aviators today at lunch, as if you do choose to see that, and our veterans in general. I'd like to thank you all for being here today for what really is a very important subject that's improving the ability of Americans and visitors to the United States to call for help when they need it and have that dispatch of resources to provide help be timely and accurate in what it is and where it is the first time. And I want to make sure that in what we do today, we don't lose sight of main effort activities that this is not intended at all to diminish. It's very important that we continue to make progress on the recent commitment by the industry to develop indoor location solutions. It's very important that we continue work with Text to 911 and that we continue to improve the resiliency, the reliability of 911. Today, we want to jumpstart innovation in the app side of the 911 ecosystem, and it's really a pretty exciting thing for us. And we think if we do this well, we will define a aim point for 911 apps that will be able to leverage the mainstream efforts and potentially bring in new approaches to improving that end-to-end 911 capability. We've brought together some of the best and brightest from the worlds of public safety and technology to help identify ways in which we can cost-effectively and efficiently use smartphone apps to enhance 911 service. Smartphones and smartphone apps have become central to the daily lives of millions of Americans. I don't know what I would do today without my smartphone. It has become such an anchor point in many people's lives. They help us navigate, get news and information, purchase a cup of coffee, get an airline ticket, and communicate with family and friends, and sometimes all at once. The list is expanding every day. The explosion of apps is also changing the face of emergency communications and has the potential to bring about even greater change in the near future. Chairman Wheeler noted this in his comments earlier this year when he asked a question about location-based apps that has no doubt occurred to many consumers. He said commercial location-based services like Uber can find their users reliably and consistently. If we can have an app like Uber that gets a car service to the right door at the right time, we certainly should be able to get 911 to the right door consistently and reliably. So it's a great challenge, an important challenge. It's not meant to be dismissive of the difficulty in making sure that that's right all the time, every time. But it is a very important aspirational aim point for us. We'll explore the question today of what apps can do in today's world and tomorrow's to improve the delivery of 911 services to America. We know, of course, that the answer to the chairman's Uber question is not as simple as we might wish it to be. To start, while commercial apps like Uber work well in some locations, there are some locations where they can't find you. And when location-based apps are wrong, they can be very wrong. Next, even when commercial apps can provide location information, they generally have not been designed to support emergency use and may not be technically compatible with current 911 systems. But even if there's no silver bullet 911 app that will magically solve all of the challenges of the 911 system, we can't ignore the upside potential for apps to improve 911. It's that innovative potential that has led us to take a closer look at the use of apps in 911 service and how they could be best integrated into the 911 ecosystem. I'd like to reiterate that the Commission is not going to build an app. Look at us. We're not app developers. Now our kids, maybe. There's potential there, but not ready for that yet. It's not only is it not our skill set, it's not the Commission's role or the Bureau's role. Equally important, we do not seek to regulate 911 apps. Our purpose today is to explore what is technologically feasible and what can be accomplished through voluntary collaboration by app developers, 911 professionals, and technology providers. It's got to be reliable and safe, though. Consumers have to know what they're getting into when they utilize 911 apps. We would fail in our mission if we provide apps that consumers get jazzed about, download, put on their phones, that break that connection between the person who needs help and that mainstream 911, got to work all the time, every time piece. So that's a bright line for me. If an app breaks that in a harmful way, we failed in our mission, and there need to be we need to do everything we can to ensure that that's not the case. A second key piece for me is that this can't generate new unreasonable costs for PSAPs. PSAPs today have tight budgets. In many cases, not enough budget for what the expectations of the community, what the expectations of individuals are. So we need to be very mindful of that piece of this effort. It's got to be efficient and be something that doesn't add to the confusion or inject confusion into how one reaches a PSAP. So if, for example, we came up with, hey, 1,000 new apps, it's a great thing, and 1,000 new apps need 1,000 downloads at PSAPs, that the PSAP would have to sort through which app are you calling from? We would have failed. So I'd also ask you to look at that efficiency from the PSAP lens piece of this. We want to make sure that the processes that lead to app-based solutions that will improve 911 service for both consumers and PSAPs. We want to encourage the development of 911 apps that deliver information to 911 call takers in a standardized and recognizable manner. We'll ask the question, how do we ensure that 911 apps will be safe for consumers and will not disrupt the consumer's ability to make a traditional 911 call? We hope that today's workshop will start an ongoing discussion about how the 911 community can leverage innovative, forward-thinking solutions to improve the 911 system. I should note that a number of app developers expressed interest in participating in the workshop. We could not meet all the demand. Unfortunately, the time and space constraints, we couldn't accommodate everybody. But that's a good news story, right? It shows that there are innovators out there ready to bring solutions forward. So just because someone wasn't here doesn't mean we don't want you to innovate and be part of what we're looking at as we go forward. Nevertheless, we encourage all app developers and other interested parties to contribute their ideas and proposals. We're not here to endorse or assess the quality of any individual app, but to facilitate a discussion on the benefits and limitations of 911 apps more generally, and to talk about that, the two bright lines that I discussed. How do we bring confidence in those two areas? I look forward to hearing the panel discussions and to working with all of you in the future as technology and the 911 system evolve. Thanks again, you all, for being here today. Thanks for considering at lunch the veteran aviation thing, and we'll turn the session over to Tim, who will introduce and moderate the first panel.
Thank you, Admiral. Again, my name's Tim May. I'm the E911, NG911 Projects Manager within the Policy and Licensing Division of the Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau. Good morning and welcome to Session 1, what app developers need to know about the 911 system. The 911 system processes hundreds of thousands of 911 calls every day, from wireline, wireless, voice over IP, satellite, and recently text services. Keen in 911 launches each, but behind the scenes the calls are processed, routed, and delivered in different manners. And from the consumer's perspective, they dial 911 anywhere in the country and expect a local response to their exact location. From the PSAP's perspective, the 911 system is really a system of systems with multiple parties playing critical and dependent parts. And together, these functional elements have enabled the creation of a 911 system that's trusted, reliable, and secure. So in the next hour, we're going to examine what app developers need to know about the 911 system, how it functions today, how it functions as it transitions to IP-based systems, and the promise afforded by next-generation 911 systems. There are certain design characteristics that cannot be ignored. We've assembled leading representatives from the public safety and 911 community to survey the characteristics of the architecture with an emphasis on call routing and location determination, and the opportunity to deliver app-generated information to PSAPs. We're also going to look at some of the key operational issues affecting PSAP's capacity to use value-added information delivered by PSAPs. There are security and privacy issues as well that app developers need to take into consideration as they design their apps and prepare them to be integrated into the national 911 system. So to take us through this over the next hour, we have with us today, and I'll do all the introductions now so we can get right into it. We have Tim Lorello, Senior Vice President and Chief Marketing Officer for Telecommunication Systems. Tim handles corporate and marketing communications, branding activities, product strategy, and regulatory affairs. And I think this is your 20th year with TCS, is that correct? Okay. Prior to joining TCS, Tim worked for AT&T Bell Labs, where he specialized in intelligent networks and provided market support for cellular, PCS, independent, and broadband intelligent network industry segments. Tim is also Vice Chairman of the NG911 Institute and a board member of iCERT, which is the Industry Council for Emergency Response Technologies. To Tim's right is John Snap, Senior Technology Officer for Intrado. He provides strategic direction and coordination of technical activities within the wireless group and between various departments within the company. John was the chief architect behind Intrado's Text to 911 initiative. He's also worked in the wireless industry since 1991, and he holds 16 patents. He is, in addition, has served as vice chair of the Telecommunications Industry Association's TR 45.2 Ad Hoc Emergency Services Group, which was the standards body responsible for wireless 911 Phase 2 standards development, which is a very critical part of that system we described today. To Tim's left is Larry Reeder, a 911 solutions architect for emergency services with Bandwidth, another 911 system services provider. Larry's responsible for the performance and technical direction of Bandwidth's 911 services. He has over 18 years of experience in software development, with previous stints at satellite imaging company, a network monitoring startup, and an internet mapping company. Interestingly, he holds a bachelor's degree in aerospace engineering from the University of Colorado. I think that makes you a rocket scientist, and we always want to have those at the table, so I think we're good there. Okay. To Larry's left, we have Jeff Wittick, who is the Chief Strategic Officer for Airbus DS Communications, formerly known as Cassidian Communications and Plant CML. Their equipment is widely deployed throughout the 911 system. Jeff has steered these companies over 17 years in sales, product line management, all the way Vice President of Product Management, Vice President of Product Development, Chief Technology Officer, and Vice President of Corporate Business Development. Prior to that, though, Jeff served 18 years, I believe, with the Montgomery County, Pennsylvania Emergency Services Department, rising from Deputy Director of Telecommunications to Director of Emergency Dispatch Services. He was responsible for all operational, technological, and strategic planning, as well as the integration of ever-changing technology, radio, and computer technologies. While in Montgomery County, Jeff founded and was president of the Keystone State National Emergency Number Association chapter, and he remains an active member of NENA and APCO, also represented here today by Mr. Jeff Cohen, Chief Counsel for Law and Policy. Jeff's responsible for advising the association's leadership on matters related to legislative policy and for directing APCO International's government relations. And to Jeff's right, just left, is Trey Fogarty, Director of Government Affairs for the National Emergency Number Association. Prior to joining NENA in 2010, Trey served in the Department of Homeland Security's Office of Emergency Communications, the FCC's Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau, and with the National Telecommunications and Information Administration. So, we are going to start the presentations with Tim.
And by the way, Admiral, I think you shouldn't sell either yourself or your team short. The beautiful thing about the application space today is that anybody with a really good idea has a very strong ability to be able to bring it to market. Of course, that's also one of the things that we have to watch because there's so many possibilities.
Yeah, Tim, let me play on that, because yesterday morning, a group of us, including the Chief of Staff of the FCC, were hosted at the National Defense University, and we hacked into a program and successfully intercepted a hash and decrypted the hash and pulled out passwords from that and used those passwords to get into a target network. So it's scary. We're cooking with gas here, but
never let a guy who knows cybersecurity near your application. By the way, that's
right. And they're out there, so we need to think about that.
Yeah, exactly. So if we can, I guess we're probably trying to work on getting some slides. There we go. Okay, let's see how we can. Okay, so what we thought would be useful is to sort of set the backdrop of the application space today, the 911 space today, and how applications can affect it. So I'm going to start with a very simple, very common call scenario for 911. It's the wireless scenario. It's the one which starts outdoors. Obviously, a lot of things have been amended to it since then, but this is where we're going to begin. And we have the really old phone, because this was begun all the way back in the late 90s, starting the 911 process. Effectively, it will dial 911. That routing, of course, goes to a mobile switching center, which, of course, is now a more upgraded IP-based system, likely. But nonetheless, this sort of serves as a logical function today. And then that switching center, because there are, one thing we have to remember here is that 911 was built around a wireline infrastructure that allowed your home to be directly connected to your nearby public safety answering point through simple routing conditions capabilities within the switch, and then your location was basically provided by a reverse geocode like lookup, a reverse white pages type lookup. So in this situation, we have a wireless phone that could be anywhere in the country, and so therefore the switching center doesn't necessarily know exactly where to send the call. We use the tower information in this first part of the routing scenario to determine where the call call is going to route. And so knowing where the tower is located and having worked with public safety answering points to determine which towers they want to go where, because it's not always the nearest tower that is going to go to the nearest PSAP. Sometimes they want to have certain things rerouted to different places, and so that's part of what application providers need to think about as they get into this system. But anyways, the 911 center effectively provides routing instructions back to the switch, which then routes the call to the nearest PSAP. Meanwhile, in the background, the 911 center is working, in this particular case, with the GPS capabilities of the handset to get the location, what we call the enhanced location of the caller, from the handset. We stage that into a dynamic automatic location identification database, or ALI. And effectively what happens is the next stage is the common wireline 911 call flow, which is basically the PSAP queries the local exchange carrier. The local exchange carrier recognizes a little nuance we put into this call scenario that I'm not going to go into too terribly much, but ultimately allows them to know, it's supposed to go to a particular 911 center to get the actual location. It routes that request, that query, to the 911 center as shown here, which then returns the enhanced location of the caller, and of course then emergency services are dispatched to that enhanced location. That's the basic foundation of how every 911 call, every 911 call is supposed to work. One of the things that we found out, and there was a lot of discussion very recently in news, unfortunately some of these things were conflated and misreported, but the question became, is 911 location technology failing us? And what they did is oftentimes conflated, like I said, 3 separate issues. But I think it's important for us to know what those 3 separate issues are here, because the application space could potentially help us with addressing them. The first one is the challenge with call routing. As I mentioned, we route the call based on the location of the tower. Well, that's not necessarily going to be the right call center, or the right 911 public safety answering point that's going to manage the service response for that call. So therefore, sometimes we have call transfers occur because of this particular architecture. Is there a way that we can improve our call routing such that we don't have as many, or even none if possible, call transfers in the future? The second challenge is getting that enhanced location. We have found that because of the type of technology used, different technologies take a different amount of time to get the location of the caller. In particular, the industry has moved more and more to using GPS as the location technology. Well, that technology typically takes 8 to 12 seconds to get the location fix, the enhanced location fix. But unfortunately, the call typically routes in anywhere between 4 and 6 seconds. And so when you get into that situation, you have a race condition where the call arrives at the PSAP sooner than the location information is available at the 911 center. And so when the PSAP makes its query for the location, it only is able to receive phase 1, the course location of the call, and does not get the enhanced location with what we call the initial bid, the initial location request. Now, the industry has said that what we're supposed to do is do a rebid, ask for a location fix later if, in fact, you can. Oftentimes, the industry is not doing that, but regardless whether it does or does not, this is clearly a challenge that we would love to try to figure out. How can we get beyond the 30% of the calls typically receiving an initial phase 2 location fix for the call? The third scenario is worth looking at, of course, is indoor location. There are scenarios where the location technology simply cannot get your enhanced location. We need other technologies to address that. That was addressed directly by the FCC, NPRM, and now Report and Order most recently put forth, and it is something the industry is looking at directly. It is certainly something that applications could help us with as well. So all of these things, though they are being addressed through the standard industry and through industry standards as well, which we'll probably talk about on the third panel, the question is, can 911 applications help us in this area? So fundamentally, here's one of the concerns that we've had as to how applications have been coming out. We find out that applications will show up on the phones, possibly show up in the public safety answering points themselves, and then there's oftentimes some sort of tortuous way in which the data goes from one particular place to the other, completely bypassing the current infrastructure, bypassing all the rules and suggestions and the routing considerations that we all have worked painstakingly to put together, but nonetheless put some pretty cool stuff in front of people. So the question is, how can we blend these things? How can we address this issue without creating another challenge? Well, one way to do that is to look at the next generation standards. This is a very complex architectural diagram of this network of networks, which the emergency services IP network systems envision. And so there are many, many ingress points for applications to potentially route information and calls and voice and all sorts of capabilities into this network through standardized interfaces that have been provided. We encourage all of the 911 application providers to look at these architectures and figure out what's the best way to insert themselves into them and work with the industry standards to do so. Of course, not everybody's out there today using this. So another scenario to look at is what's happened with the text control centers. As was mentioned earlier, Text 911 has recently been mandated and has been provided nationwide now. It is being done so through these text control centers that provide open interfaces into the messaging and location technology capabilities in particular. So if you bring in an application, perhaps you can interface into those systems. Obviously, we're not going to be focusing on TTY necessarily because we're going to want to do other things besides just text. But you could actually interface into the existing interfaces and some of the new interfaces that are coming along to support things like multimedia. So these are the scenarios, again, we encourage 911 application providers to look at as they look at their capabilities. And that sort of gives you the high-level update on things.
Great. Thank you, Tim. We'll now have John Snap with Intrado.
Thank you very much. So I was going to talk a little bit more about some sort of processes and procedures. I think you may have, do you have one slide for me? Okay, perfect. I'm just going to talk a little bit about some of the process and procedures of what PSAPs do with some of the data and once it gets there, and some important things that how that data may come in and how that data may be utilized at a PSAP sometimes can cause challenges. And so a lot for the application providers so they really understand the challenges that often occur at a PSAP and how that data may be used. The PSAPs, as sort of Tim has also talked about, there's been a lot of things that have been done and put in place for the routing of the network and how these calls go through. Procedures that have been put in place for the PSAP so they can get very efficient use. As the Admiral talked about, the PSAP's budgets are very limited. So they're trying to do a lot with a little bit of money, and they're trying to go with great efficiencies. And so they do very detailed responses on how they provide help for the callers in the different situations. What we found is that a dispatchable location, the addresses often provide a really quick way for the people to get help, but it has to be an accurate one or it can actually delay in it. As we're talking about sort of the idea of the Uber app, the Uber app is like I use Uber very heavily here when I'm in DC. And with the Uber app, it's great when it shows where you are. But yesterday, it had it on me. It had me on the street across the corner. It has you across the street or around the block a little bit. It's close enough because they find you by calling you oftentimes to say, where are you standing? And I can provide the location. That's very similar to what 911 often has to do, on asking the people where the location is. And they provide assistance. The caller will provide some information to help them find them. It's those situations when they don't. And with Uber app, you can always say where you are. With 911, the caller cannot always say where they are. So the real important thing that comes into the location is that when we provide the location and we give it to it, that the PSAP understands to what level of accuracy that location has with it. What does that location mean? Like with the Uber app, when it had me across the street, I can tell the caller, I'm really across the street, and that's good. It doesn't really show how inaccurate the location may be to the Uber app because the person can convey it. But with 911, when the person can always convey where they are, it's really important that the PSAP will understand what that location means. In the world, what we see often with wireline residential addresses, when a call comes into 911 for a wireline address, that's the house where the person's calling from most likely. The PSAP knows. Their procedures are set up. This is a wireline call coming in from a residential house. We know the person is most likely in the house. If we need to get help to them and they can't answer the door, we're going to knock the door down to get in to find them. When it comes into a multi-line phone system, well, they know, it's coming in from a larger or an enterprise unit, maybe an enterprise situation. They know it may be a larger building. The response may be a little different that they have to do when they get there. They know about that. I always even put payphone up here for the 2 payphones that are left somewhere in the country. Maybe it's just one of them now, and actually one of them is down in my basement that I have just as my history museum. But the payphones, as they come in, it's a different response because they know the person may be near that payphone, but they may have left the payphone. It's more in a public location. As we go into our next generation, we've looked at for the indoor location or the accurate location where we're starting to look indoors. There's a lot of other classes of addresses and locations we may get where they may be persons off of a small cell site. They know that they're in a public location versus a more private location, as it may be off a small femtocell. They know where the address is. But conveying of this information is really important. And the reason I kind of say that is a lot of people look at, a lot of app providers that have come to us have said, oh, that's great, we're going to take this XY and we'll give the PSAP an address. We're going to reverse geocode it to an address. And that seems to work great when I have my Apple phone out there looking at maps that gives you a nearby address. The problem is, what we found in the studies, if you look at across the country with the best map data that's out there, only 90% of the time it gives you the right address, but 10% of the time it gives you the wrong address. And if the PSAP is expecting that to be the door they need to knock down, that can actually delay the response. That makes it less efficient for the PSAP. So we really have to look at what is the best way of getting that data there, what is the right data the PSAP needs for the response mode they're doing. And it's a very complicated situation. It's unfortunately, technology doesn't always solve us. Technology can help us. And so us being able to define these different types of location and how we provide it becomes great. Because the one thing to always remember for public safety is, one way or another, if we give them an XY or we give them an address to go to, they're having to convert it to some descriptional type of location to send the first responder to. They may have an XY that the mapping systems of the first responders' trucks, equivalently like a TomTom type like location of mapping, will get us near to that location. But it doesn't necessarily get you up to the door. To get up to the door, they need to have a description. A person says, I'm at 123 Main Street. Or on satellite imagery, they see it's the third house on the right. Or they know it's north of an intersection. Somehow there has to be some description that's given to the first responders to find the location. Thank you.
John. We're going to now have Larry Reeder with Bandwidth.
Thank you. I don't have a slide prepared, but I'd like to echo kind of some of the themes that you've been hearing from Tim, John. There's a bit of an impedance mismatch between what app developers are doing and how they work, and what PSAPs are doing and how they work. App developers generally have a very aggressive schedule. They may or may not have an extensive budget to work with. They are using the newest technology. But on the PSAP side, they have schedules that, for good reason, are years, perhaps 5 years, perhaps a decade out in doing systems and technology upgrades. They are limited sometimes in the data they can receive, have a very prescribed set of data, and they need a solution, like John was saying, that's not 90%, but is 95, 99%. And I think, again, that's what you'll hear echoed in the Q&A session.
Thank you. Jeff Wittick, please, with Airbus DS Communications.
Thank you, sir.
Very good.
Oh, sorry, I think Tim Lorella, who's got the clicker?
He's got it. He's got the clicker.
Oh, you have the
And
clicker.
the
Yeah,
slides
you're
are now
up.
there, so
You're,
we're good.
you're ready, you're ready to go.
We're good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We're covering you, dude.
Yeah. There you go.
So we've changed names a couple of times for those that don't know Airbus. We've been around for about 40 years, process about 60% of the calls here in the U.S. So we have a great number of systems out there. I think we need to understand that we have a large embedded base, a large number of public safety customers that we all have to serve, all of the vendors. There are 6,800 PSAPs all receiving information. And what we're challenged with now is a rapid and an unprecedented change in the way people communicate. We no longer communicate, as someone said, with a coin phone. We now communicate with our cell phones. We're mobile. We live in an ultra-mobile society. It used to be that with 911, it was very predictable. The caller's location was always fixed. It was attached to that coin phone. It was voice only. The only bit of data we received were about 512 characters associated with ALI. And the call processing equipment, the only type of data or that it needed to receive were those 512 characters. It was fairly simple, and we all built our computer telephony integrated applications to deal with it. But today's world really changes that. We have today's world changes that. We have smartphones, and those smartphones are going to deliver not only voice but content. And the location is no longer fixed. It's no longer tied to the telephone. It's less predictable. And our applications in the public safety answering points have to be able to evolve to meet our changing calling profile. They have to evolve to be able to process content. I realize this is a bit of an eye chart, but it gives you basically the difference between the legacy 911 environment and the next generation environment. The biggest change is we're no longer dealing with the public switch telephone network and voice only and just that little bit of ALI. We're dealing with content. It's an IP environment. And in order for the PSAP call processing providers to be able to deal with that content, to be able to handle content in all parts of the country so as not to break that bright line that the Admiral spoke about, we need to have a predictable way to receive the content. In other words, we need standards. The environment is different than it used to be. It's content, it's data. Operationally, the PSAPs have to deal with that increasing amount of data. They even begin to look similar to command and control centers. They have to be able to be interoperable. They have to be able to collaborate. And that collaboration and interoperability likewise demands the standards. I've put together, this is basically what the benefits of that new world, what the PSAPs expect, the delivery and management of content, enhanced interoperability, greater operational effectiveness. You know, we need, as we said, it looks more like a command and control organization. We need improved situational awareness and a common operating picture. Also, operational flexibility. This environment allows a PSAP to more easily recover, to be able to go to a nearby or even far away PSAP and take calls when theirs, for whatever reason, is not operational. Additionally, it's improved system availability and reliability, back to the bright line. Whatever we do, we must have the same availability and reliability, if not improved. Essentially what we see and what many of us see, if I could speak for the other panelists, is we are creating a new ecosystem. An ecosystem of subsystems that function collaboratively. They're able to receive data from one another, to present that data in an intelligent manner so as to provide immediately actionable data to the telecommunicator and therefore improve public safety. So the takeaway is that standards are really the key to maintaining an open, interoperable environment, both in an E911 and an NG911 environment. We stand ready to work with other vendors, app providers, industry associations, and standards developers like NENA, public safety providers, and the Commission to develop or complete standards, because we have standards, but they're in need of completion, related to the delivery of content. In I think it was in 1996, Bill Gates said, of the internet, content is king. I would suggest that in 911 today, content is king. And that's where we need to be.
Thank you, Jeff. We're now going to turn to Jeff Cohen with APCO.
Okay, well, thank you. Appreciate the Bureau's leadership in convening this workshop and the invitation to APCO. APCO itself recognized the need to get in front of the issue of public safety mobile apps as well. So I will describe who APCO is, because I think there are some maybe new faces to APCO here, our interest in mobile apps, and then specifically our views concerning mobile apps and 911. All right. Okay. So, APCO. APCO is the world's oldest and largest association of public safety communications professionals. Our membership, numbering over 22,000, includes state and local government employees who manage and operate public safety communication systems, including 911 public safety answering points, emergency operations centers, radio networks, and information technology for law enforcement, fire, emergency medical, and other public safety agencies. A couple of years ago, APCO determined to play an active role in fostering a robust environment for public safety app development. We launched a website, the Application Community, to serve as a trusted site for public safety apps and facilitate collaboration among public safety professionals and app developers. Among features of the AppCom website, we have a few major app categories that includes 911, police, fire, EMS, and alerts. The 911 category does not contain 911 apps of the kind we're specifically addressing today because of the many considerations I will raise, and I expect, and I've already heard some throughout this workshop. Rather, the 911 category on our website includes apps that are related to 911, such as providing access to the dispatch feed. In launching AppCom, we have been clear that we are not endorsing any apps. Soon after launch, however, APCO did develop what we call the key attributes of effective apps for public safety and emergency response. We couldn't think of a shorter version of that, but it conveys the point, though. And basically we did that because it guides our selection of placing apps on the site, as well as for app developers seeking to develop apps in this space. As the document name implies, the key attributes list the considerations especially important to public safety apps, such as operability, and that includes efficient use of data and the battery, security, as the Admiral mentioned, and effective interactions with 911 centers. While APCO has a lot of expertise on the operational end concerning apps, we have been seeking and are working with partners in the industry and in the federal government to ensure apps are as secure and reliable. This includes co-sponsoring public safety app hackathons, conducting workshops with the Commerce Department's Public Safety Communications Research Program on mobile app security, engaging in app testing pilots with a few industry partners, and entering into an MOU with FirstNet to foster effective apps. Okay. I'd like now to focus specifically on 911 apps, meaning those from our perspective that are intended to replace or augment communications that would otherwise take place via voice call to 911. APCO has an ANSI standard in development, the American National Standards Institute, that would address the creation of a common approach to interfaces between mobile apps and 911 centers and emergency operations centers. Further, recently put together a fact sheet and a more detailed 11-page white paper in order to educate the public, policymakers, and app developers on the state of the 911 system, some of what you've just heard about, and the role that mobile apps can play today, but especially in the future. Here are some highlights of the white paper. The 911 system today is secure, reliable, and trusted. Thus, the bar for mobile apps is set very high. Importantly, many PSAPs do not have access to the Internet. There are a number of reasons for this, including to avoid distractions, cybersecurity concerns, and cost, just to name a few. There is currently no standard in place to ensure that these apps share a common interface and to ensure interoperability. As I mentioned, APCO has a standard in progress. Until it's complete, PSAPs would have to support every app in the marketplace, or 911 callers would have a different experience depending on which part of the country they're in. This would present a highly undesirable operational challenge. Further, PSAPs need apps to be non-proprietary and device and operating system agnostic for legacy, today's network, the transitional network, and next-generation 911 systems. Another point we make is that even well-designed apps will have heightened support requirements that developers must be prepared to meet. It's an even greater burden than 24/7 support, because if an app doesn't work, for example, if an update to the phone's operating system requires that the app must be updated before it can run properly, that obviously could place lives in danger. The white paper goes into greater detail to explore other issues, and I encourage everyone to read it and welcome any feedback. Our slides do have clickable links to all these documents, and in some, mobile apps hold great promise for improving public safety and emergency response, and we've seen some great examples, including those particularly developed by practitioners themselves. However, mobile apps are not yet ready to replace calling 911. Much work remains to ensure apps are sufficiently secure, reliable, and effective. APCO looks forward to continuing its efforts to work with the public safety and app development communities to foster innovation in a smart and effective manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. And we'll now have Trey Forgety with Nina.
Thanks, Tim, and thank you, Admiral Simpson, the Bureau, and the FCC for holding this workshop. The introduction of mobile applications into the 911 space over the past 7 or 8 years has really been a watershed event in the history of public safety. As Tim mentioned, I'm Trey Forgety with NINA. We are the 911 Association. Jeff likes to talk about APCO as the oldest and largest. Well, we are the youngest and fastest growing public safety association. We're also the only association that is focused only on 911. We don't have the radio component, the other sort of public safety communications aspects in our core mission. We care about one thing, and that is 911. We're also the primary standards developer for 911. We have more than 38 published standards that are active out there, and some of those enjoy adoption rates as high as 100%. Jeff Wittick mentioned earlier the alley feeds and the need for standardization. Well, one of the reasons 911 works so well and so consistently across the country is because we do have those standards in place for how you interchange data with a 911 system. Now, as I said before, apps have brought us many great things. Over the past 7 or 8 years since the introduction of the original iPhone, mobile applications have come to change almost every aspect of modern life, with one major exception. Almost none of the more than 1 million apps that occupy both the Apple App Store and the Google Play Store and now even the Amazon App Store, almost none of those really interact with 911 in the way that they can interact with other modern web-connected, IP-based, native, standardized, interoperable systems, because that's not what 911 is today. And the important thing here is apps have been a phenomenal success. 911 has been a phenomenal success, and we need to find ways to combine those successes. And in order to do that, we have to ask a fundamental question. Why have these things been successful? And so since we focus on 911, that's the thing I want to talk a little bit about this morning. 911 has some key advantages that have made it successful over the past nearly 50 years now. Universal availability, the first one. 911 works everywhere, every time, on every device. That's been a goal of NINA's for a long time. And for the vast majority of cases, that is, in fact, the case today. Regardless of where you are, I think we are finally at the point where the last few remaining counties that didn't have even remote call forwarding now have the ability, if you dial 911, you will get to someone. Now, it may not have all of the fancy capabilities that we've added on over the past 30 years in particular to deal with like callback capability and location, but you can dial 911 and generally speaking, you will get someone. We've also got universal capabilities. In part because of the legacy of the telephone network, 911 works basically the same way from a public safety standpoint, from the telecommunicator standpoint. It works basically the same way everywhere. You get media, you get the call, you get the ability to return the call to the caller if the connection drops for some reason, and you get the ability to locate the caller with some particular type of data. It might be an address in the wireline context or the voice over IP context. It might be an XY or latitude longitude in the wireless context. And finally, also from the public safety standpoint, you have universal methods for how those things happen. Now, from the app developer community, this often comes as the biggest shock. A lot of those methods are still rooted in the telephone networks of the late 1970s and early 1980s. It is not uncommon to have literal analog, and I'm not talking about first-generation digital time division multiplex. I'm talking about analog, medium frequency signaling on trunks. There are tones that control how things work. That's not uncommon in 911 systems. Jeff mentioned we have 512 character data limits. Those are 512 ASCII characters, and in some cases, it's not even the extended ASCII character set. It's a very, very limited set of characters that you can send over these links. Now, all of that's great. It means that 911 works well everywhere for everyone, and that success builds interest. Because 911 is so central to our concept of public safety in the United States and even around the world, application developers want to build on that success, and that's a wonderful thing. It really is great because the application development community today is one of the fastest, most vibrant, and innovative parts of our economy, and it really has a lot to bring to the table for 911 if we can figure out how to leverage that. Now, the challenge is that in addition to being very successful, 911 is also very limited for a lot of the reasons that I just explained. We have very low-speed data connections. In some cases, you're talking about 1,200 baud modem connections that are used to transmit alley data to the PSAP. I mean, that's not unheard of to have a literal analog 1,200 baud modem sitting in a closet somewhere that is the thing that handles your data connection. We also have low connectivity. One of the fundamental assumptions of the 911 system was that it was based on a single access network and a single originating service. It was the telephone network and voice service. So all of these data connections that we added in had to be based around that. And what did we have in those systems? We had telephone numbers for addressing and for billing purposes. We had physical addresses. So those sorts of things are what we still have as our fundamental basis. Those things, unlike modern internet services where you can go out and build an XML schema and you can interchange data capabilities between devices and services and networks, that doesn't exist for 911. There's no schema that says, plug in some new fields here and we can handle new data types or new even pieces of text information. That isn't it. It's literally those 512 characters, and oh, by the way, we tell you exactly what every one of those can and can't be. The first 10 characters are this, the next 4 are that, the following 7 are this. It's very, very limited. So that brings us to the key challenge that I think we're trying to address in today's workshop. How do we open up 911 to the rapid advancements in modern application development in a way that maintains the universality that is required for 911 to continue being the successful enterprise that it has been over the past 47 years now? And as a couple of people have sort of touched on, there are 2 paths for that. One is we can go about augmenting legacy systems. We can repurpose the boxes and the links and the databases that have made 911 work for a very long time in the current E911 context, and that's great. There are really clever ways that people have come up with, as Tim mentioned, to sort of work around the limitations of the system, to find new data pathways into the PSAP and to define new data elements that they're going to send in. The challenge, however, is if you go that route, you have a big problem, and that is the brand of 911. People understand that in an emergency, you reach for a dialer and you dial 911. Trying to change that ingrained user habit is very, very difficult. And one of the things that we've seen is application developers who have been successful in working with 911 have largely done so on the basis of not having to change that ingrained user behavior. And the same thing applies on the 911 center side because, as several people mentioned, you can't require every 911 center to have potentially thousands of different websites open, thousands of different native apps running on their software. They can't anticipate all of that. So you really have to have some way to do this that is transparent both to the end user and to the telecommunicator at the 911 center, or at least as transparent as you can make it in the legacy system. Well, the other path forward, and the one that we strongly favor, is based on native next-generation 911 applications. NG911 is the standard for a native IP-based emergency calling system. It's rolling out around the country right now. Maybe not as fast as we would all like, but it is happening. It has standardized functional elements, interfaces, and schemas, and those are extensible schemas, by the way. Those are things that we can, over time, tweak, add to, change, and exchange information about what new capabilities are available. And best of all, it's all integrated. The notion behind NG911 is that it's baked into the access networks and the originating services that users will interact with on a daily basis, so that we continue the legacy of being able to deliver a consistent user experience across all the different new ways that you'll be able to access 911. And that leads us to my last point, which is the key goal that we all have to get to. We have to maintain the security, reliability, and universal character and the seamless user experience of 911 service, both from the consumer perspective and from the 911 center perspective, as we add new capabilities. That's critical. If we get this wrong, the potential for disaster is enormous. If people think an application will get them help, and it doesn't, that is an enormous failure. We really have to be, I can't emphasize this point enough, because for folks building applications in the legacy environment where there aren't those sort of standardized, open, extensible interfaces, we have to be prepared for the fact that the failure mode is going to be the dominant mode of operation for the foreseeable future. Things are not going to go the way your app wants them to go, simply because that's not the reality from the 911 centers. And that's okay. We've got to, we just have to accept that as a limitation of the current system and say, look, we're going to push to get to the better state of reality with next generation 911. So how do we do that? A couple of things. For further reading, I've got 3 links here. Those are in the slides. Public safety considerations for smartphone app developers. That's available on our website. That's a great place to start, to look at what the limitations are and how you can deal with those in the current environment and how you can work around them in ways that will be successful for consumers and for PSAPs. The I3 standard for NG911, if you want to get started playing around with how this works in a much more modern native IP environment, that's the place to start. And also, for those of you in the room that are on the business or legal side of things and you're worried about, okay, how does moving 911 into the app age start to affect things beyond just the technology piece of it, I'd encourage you to take a look at the Net 911 Improvement Act, because that contains some important provisions about how you go about achieving liability protection and so forth, so that you can play in the 911 space safely for you as a business. Tim, that's all for me.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Trey. Before we jump into questions, I just want to let everybody know that all of their presentations are available online through the FCC's live events page, in addition, including Jeff's, the APCO's white paper as well. And so with that, I think David has first question.
Yeah, great representation of the breadth of this issue, but also the depth of some of the concerns. Jeff, I love the description of content, and it really strikes me that it's not just content describes the payload; it's providing context, right? And the opportunity here, the upside, I think, or significant upside, is around that context, that ability to efficiently provide that in a way that augments the call itself. And location is one aspect of that context, but there's a number of other contextual elements that we've already seen some apps in this space really emphasize. There's some campus apps that are really good at this, some apps that are organized around older Americans. And Trey, you, I think, really touched upon the universality of the existing service. And so it strikes me that one of the things we're trying to achieve here is context when possible, but universal call completion always. That as app developers go forward, we need them to think about failure and to build resiliency into their app, that you increase the likelihood that you're going to get better context, but you'll always get the call through. Does that make sense? Is that it? Yeah. Okay, great. Thanks.
I think, Admiral, to that point, one key thing that we've seen is in the way people have tried to get around the limitations of the current system. We've had some very advanced thinking about using voice over IP as a pathway to overcome some limitations, because it has some much more dynamic capabilities, at least up to the sort of front door of the 911 center, where it becomes like any other analog call. The challenge that we've seen folks run into, though, in going that route is modern access networks were not necessarily designed for voice over IP as an originating service. It wasn't a native concept. They were made much more for bursty data than for continuous streams. And so that limitation has caused reliability issues. And so while, it may seem at first blush that's a great way to go, we often find folks having to, scale back their expectations of what the reliability of that is going to be. And then you also run into, is the user's telephone number the same for their phone and the phone within the phone? And that can be very confusing for the user in the 911 center if they say, well, my phone number is, 555-1212, when in fact you're using that voice over IP app, and so now it's 999-3434.
Yeah, that's a great point. The importance of prioritization as we go forward in an all-IP world. And it'd be great as we hear from some of the carriers that are in the audience later in the day to maybe talk about whether or not there should be IP prioritization that gets injected into the schema of how IP transport works as we go forward. I'd also like to touch upon your observation about the tie to telephony. I was yesterday, I'm losing my days, 2 days ago in Chicago at what used to be the Cable Show. And the Cable Show is now the Internet and Television Expo, reflecting really the reality of convergence that has come to that part of the communications industry. And convergence really is coming to all the subsectors. But it was very interesting there as I walked the floor and spoke to many of the companies that were there, how their non-telephony origin really changed the way that they look at things, and sometimes in a good way, a refreshing way, but sometimes in a way that there's a little bit of concern there. And that folks that started out with telephony kind of understand the many of the principles that you talked about here. If you're approaching the introduction of voice capabilities and new ways to transmit context and make the experience richer, and you've never had any telephony experience, then some of these things aren't immediately obvious. And one of the providers had your remote. Now or very soon, you can talk to your remote. It's more than just talking to your remote to get something changed in your television. You can talk to your remote and ask it to connect you via Skype to your cousin. You can talk to your remote and generate calls or engagement with organizations external to your home, external to your community. Will you talk to your remote in the future and get to a peace app?
I bet you they forgot to mention that one, did they? I mean, this happened in the voice over IP world early days, right? Where I remember many times we were giving presentations saying, folks, you've won. Your service is now mainstream. You need to provide 911. And it didn't happen until FCC order forced it.
There's another booth that had Gaming's great,
Oh.
right? And now you can talk to this extended network of gamers all the time, real time. And if you want a new gaming application, you could talk to the company that will sell you and give you the next add-on to the game. If you need help with the cheats, you download it to work with the game. Can you reach a PSAP through the game platform that has now become your entree into converged services? And the last category that struck me was wearables. Wow, that's coming on really fast. And wearables benefit from this converged environment. So I guess the question is, in many of the presentations, it had kind of your comments were rooted in what Trey described as the first path, I think, which is the tie to legacy and then improving and adding context around that. Should we also be thinking about the greenfield that leapfrogs past traditional telephony into looking at the app development initiative to bring in the possibility that we'll have that engagement with the PSAP from these other converged means, and be able to ensure that the universality that was discussed by APCO and NINA and others is preserved as we do that second path.
So, Admiral, if I could, I think that with the NG911 I3 framework, I think we've essentially addressed that, in that there are multiple points of ingress throughout the network that would allow developers or providers of those sort of applications, even those greenfield providers that you mentioned, the wearables and the remotes, it would provide points of presence where they could then get into the network in a standardized manner and have that information delivered to the PSAP, and equally importantly, to all of the subsystems that need to be aware of the information, which includes the responders in the field, because we need to have that end-to-end interoperability. So I think it's key that we keep in mind we have the vision of the next-gen I3 framework and move in that direction, recognizing that we're probably going to have some initial entries, some initial interfaces in the E911 world, which for some of us will create some challenges. And we'll deal with those, but clearly we should keep our eye on that NG911 world. So as Trey said, we don't have 30 or 40 interfaces that we have to deal with. That would frankly be a challenge, I think, for us all. And more importantly, for the PSAPs and the telecommunicators, because the information will very often be displayed in very different ways. And how will they interpret it? How will you train them? It becomes almost untenable.
Larry, please.
I just say I agree with Jeff that the NG911 specs are a great way to deliver this information, but what we struggle with and our smartphone app developer partners struggle with is the acceptance or integration and rollout of NG911 is moving fairly slowly. It's potentially decades away before there's nationwide coverage. And so what we are looking forward or trying to do is implement a solution that bridges that gap, and so that we can deliver the data from the smartphone to the PSAP now.
Right. And that's my first question for the panel. This afternoon we're going to talk about standards, and that's to be done, right? That's future work. Yet in the audience right now and in session 2, we're going to have app developers actually at the table, some with product that's available now and today. And so I want to return to today and what the specific requirements of the legacy system are. What do we have today, and how can they leverage their innovation into the system as it stands today? What are the key things that if they don't surmount those particular functional elements, if they don't plug in, either through some IP-based gateway or some other methodology, how do we do that in advance prior to this future work, if you will?
I kind of view. I mean, we're going to get to the I3 mode. We'll move to that, and that's great for the future. But that what Trey talked about, that universality, to make sure it works everywhere, we're going to have to deal with the legacy systems. The legacy systems are going to be around when everybody here at this table is probably retired. There'll still be legacy systems out there, unfortunately. Look how long it took for 911. We started 40-some years ago, and we're just getting the last systems online. So unfortunately, it's a very long tail on how long it takes for these systems to really come on. So the important thing is with the 911 systems that we have today, we do have to work within that framework of what we have. It's very slow to change it. We would all here like to see it change quickly, and it just doesn't happen that way because of how many parties are involved and how complex the system is and how mature it is, unfortunately. And so we have to look at the 911 system, the legacy one we have today, is a parallel network. And so a lot of the challenges for a lot of the application providers are, it sort of was mentioned with cable, people look at doing it differently. Well, unfortunately or fortunately, the 911 system, when it was built, was done differently than even the traditional telephone network. Things were done differently to make it reliable. It's a separate parallel network. And so we have to look at how you access that and get education out there and interfaces to access that legacy network. We can. The systems have the capabilities. We just have to work around the limitations that are there on the systems. We may have, as sort of Trey mentioned, bandwidth limitations, speed limitations that goes in. It's amazing that I probably should go dig into the bottom of my ancient moving boxes with some hardware equipment, because that's what the PSAPs still need that they're putting in to replace their hardware.
So what about the role of emulating class of service? You have your app, it does its thing, it's a great interface.
Yeah.
But when the information arrives, you're essentially emulating an existing class of service which works across your various platforms and solutions, whether proprietary or standards-based. What's the opportunity there?
If I can,
Sure.
Both you raised one very important thing is in that 911 isn't used often. I mean, thankfully, 12 to 18 months, I think, is the average time in which a person might invoke 911. So therefore, any application that thinks about trying to help, either helping by providing supplemental information or actually gaining access to the 911 system, needs to think about that and make sure that the application works, easily and doesn't require a bunch of setup and configuration, because it's very likely the person, whoever installed it, looked at it 12 months ago and now is needing it in probably the most important call of their life, right? So that's an important thing. This same thing happened with text messaging. We saw text messaging applications emulating SMS, which was a native application available on every phone. And we saw this, as companies saw this and said, how do we make text to 911 work in the context of the existing infrastructure, but also to support possibly the over-the-top players. And that's one of the reasons why in the presentation I presented the Text Control Center. There are open interfaces that are there today, and text is the first user-generated data going into the PSAPs. So up to this point, it's only been voice from the user. Data's from other sources, but voice. So now, if we can use the TCC as a potential paradigm, and possibly even use it today, existing-wise, to get some of these applications into the system, we might be able to take advantage of things right away.
Jeff, and then John, please.
Tim, your question's a good question. There are certainly ways in the interim to introduce context into the existing environment. But what we have to be cognizant of is introducing it, we have to do it in such a way that there aren't 30 ways for the PSAP then to interpret it. I think, thinking outside the box, what we're saying is we need to have some sort of a media gateway, use that gateway then to introduce the multimedia into the A network, not sure which network it is, and then have it delivered in a standardized manner to the PSAP. I think that's exactly what Tim is suggesting about the TCC. And the TCC would effectively be operating as a media gateway, an ingress point, with the delivery then of the content down over one of those standard links. I think that sort of architecture is one way that we could function in the pre-I3 NG911 environment.
But again, it would require some additional work on that. Are you talking about the SMS to 911 standard? Okay, so it's ongoing. It would be an assertion of an additional level of work, or is it generically described now such that it's immediately usable? John.
Yeah, so that's a really good point on it. We have two media inputs that we have into the 911 network today. We have text and we have voice. Each one of those have some data capabilities of what we can send across. We can fairly rapidly change the inputs to those two pieces. We quickly added on VoIP people coming in. We quickly added text coming in. The slow part is the PSAP because of so many of them. We can slowly change those. We did an effort where we're doing telematics calls going into the PSAP. And the problem is you have to touch out to so many PSAPs. We did it. It's a long effort. What we need to do is define, sort of as I was talking about address, we need to define how they utilize the information that comes in. It's sort of like, as you touched on, class of service. We'll need to define sort of response categories or use of this. What does this information mean? What does it use? How do they respond? So they can look at a flip chart effectively and see what's the checklist, how do they need to go down and use that information. We've got some out there today. I sort of listed some of them that we have. We need to add those and then integrate them into the PSAP. It's not unsurmountable. It's not hard. It takes a little bit of time. It needs us to define what they are so we don't have 30 ways of doing it. That when we have an app coming in, we agree on one way of doing it, and they can use that identifier, and we pass the data through, and we can utilize it.
Okay. We are actually at the end of our assigned time here, but I do want to give each of you the opportunity to provide a final caution or admonition or whatever you want to say before we close out. Take a small break before we join session 2. So, Jeff, why don't we just work our way down the table?
Sure. The only thing I would add, and maybe just build on the discussion just occurred, is let's not forget that if we could find ways to enable apps to work with today's network, there's the whole other side to making sure it operationalizes inside the PSAP. People that are either APCO members or NENA members, remember those folks. They answer the calls and they dispatch, and they're used to working with standard operating procedures, best practices, et cetera, that both of our organizations develop. And they need to be able to have input, first of all, into the kind of data that will be sent to them so that we know that it's the right data and that they can act on it. And otherwise, I just say thanks again for the opportunity.
I'll just say the key thing, I think, for our members, that their biggest concern is that they're going to be presented, to Jeff's point, with 30 or 40 different ways of viewing every potential type of data. That's a catastrophic concept, and I think, within my first 3 months on the job at NENA, I was at a technical conference where the message I was getting from some of our members was, you've got to be up there in Washington fighting to make sure that these evil app developers don't come in and try to ram stuff down our throats. It's no stop, don't. And I said, okay, the app community is not going to accept no stop, don't. So what's your second best option? And I was nearly run out of the room. I went to the CEO and I said, I don't know if this is going to work out. But the good news is, over time, we've had folks see the power of applications, and the answer is no longer no, stop, don't. But the answer sometimes may be, sorry, it doesn't work that way, please try again. So my admonition is, reach out to the 911 community first. We have an eager group of educators who will happily help you understand the capabilities and limitations of the systems that you want to work with. So please come to us for help. We can help to make your application successful on the front end rather than having to fix problems on the back end.
I agree exactly with what Trey's saying there. What I see great innovation coming from the app developer community. We need to leverage that from part of 911, but we need to find how that integrates into the system. We need to have the innovation of the apps, but we need to have it work with the systems that are there today and plan for it to get to the systems that will be there in the future and how we integrate that. So the app developers working with public safety and the industry to create those standards that we can put in place to allow it to be done one way and leverage all the great advancements that are being made with these apps.
Yeah, I think the one concern, one thing we have to remember is that we live, breathe public safety and 911 and concerns of this nature day in and day out. If you're an application provider and you're thinking about a public safety application, your end user, your consumer, is likely not somebody who thinks about this day in and day out. And so ultimately, when they have to be confronted and need to use it, it needs to be easy, it needs to be intuitive. And in that regard, I would even suggest that many of the application providers might want to consider helping other key application providers like over-the-top messaging providers or voice-over IP players or others who aren't really integrating well into 911 today. Help them integrate their application, which already is highly used, but then when that 911 event happens, do they have to get out of that application and go into the normal one, or do they have a natural way to sort of use the existing app? Can we, as application providers and enablers, help that happen?
Yeah, I'd say and encourage that smartphone app developers should continue to creatively push the envelope and do new ways to deliver 911 calls. But remember, foremost, you want to get the person that's in trouble help, and that should be the first priority of your app. Also, I'd say earlier, there is a concern that it may take a long time for the NG 911 specs to be delivered throughout the whole 911 system, but work with your vendors. They can implement NG 911 interface so that you can talk to a newer interface, and they'll work with the PSAPs to deliver that information so that when the PSAPs do come on board, you're ready to talk to them directly.
So I'd like to go back to something that the Admiral started with. I think the thing that we have to remember and the app developers have to remember is we can't break that bright line. The apps must work universally. They must work reliably. We must not increase the cost to the PSAP, and we must not inject complexity and confusion into the operations of the PSAP itself. And we can do it. But what it's going to take is collaboration between the industry participants and also the app developers. And we can do it both in the legacy world, there are ways to inject that message, and also with the vision of the NENA i3 standard.
Great. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your time today. You are, of course, invited back for session 3 this afternoon. We're going to have a wider-ranging discussion. We're going to take a very short break, as long as it takes us to shuffle, move chairs, and get people situated. Thank you again for your time.
This next panel, so I'll be disruptive. Get us on track.
All right, I think we're ready here. Can you hear me? Okay, here we go. All right, so welcome back from that very brief little break. So I'm going to just jump right into this panel today and go ahead and introduce our panelists so we can get right to discussion. First, we have Dr. Ashok Agrawala from the University of Maryland. We have Jeff Grass of LiveSafe, Michael Martin of Rapid SOS, Peter Motter of VizSafe, Charles Schwab of Montgomery County, Maryland, Christy Williams of National Emergency Number Association, and also the North Central Texas Council of Governments, as well as Stephen Williams of the District of Columbia Office of Unified Communications. And to start off, I know we have some app developers, we have some public safety people at the table, but Dr. Agrawala sort of straddles the fence between those two in academia. So I'd like to start off with him if he could tell us a little bit about what the academic approach has been to the issues that we're talking about today, and his work at the Mind Lab at the University of Maryland has done a lot of work in this space. So with that, I'll hand it off to Dr. Agrawala.
Thank you, Dana. Well,
the clicker is right there. There we go.
Doesn't work.
They'll bring it up.
They'll bring it up.
All right.
Okay. Okay, there we go.
All right. All right.
You have control now. Sorry. Go
I
ahead.
do.
I'm failing on this.
I want to show you this slide only for the purpose that you can spell my name. And if you can spell my name with no more than 2 errors, internet will find me. I've been at University of Maryland. I won't tell you how long, but I want to tell you the story of my involvement in this business. About 6 years ago, our president posed a challenge that you guys talk about so much technology, and there are all kinds of reports that come out about crimes on campus. How can you improve it? And my reaction to that was, let's put a team together, group together, and come up with a solution. At the end of a summer, we had a demonstratable app, which was 6 years ago. After 3 PhDs, lots of lost hair, I can tell you where we are and how we have gotten. First of the things that happen, and by the way, I can tell you that at a university, this is the most difficult thing I've done in all my 4 decades at the university. So, question came up that we are trying to address the need of campus safety, and it is in some sense better defined environment. And at the same time, with my professorial hat on, I was trying to put the scalability and national type of problem also. So first question that we started addressing was, what is the best information we can give to the first responders? And immediately I was introduced to the term PSAP, and we found out that at University of Maryland, College Park, we have a secondary PSAP. So the primary call goes to Prince George's County, secondary one comes there. So there is somebody who is answering the phone. What information can they get? And I was told, I went and took a look, the typical thing is call comes in and there's an exchange that goes on between two of them, taking 5, 10, 15 seconds, depending on how the communication goes on. And in the meantime, in some of the calls, depending on how it is, some NELE type of information may be coming in and some it is not. So the question we started raising was, how can we get better information? So in some sense, our starting point was simple picture like this, that there are callers at one end, typically on a phone. There's a big blob in between, and on the other side are the public safety people. So what information makes sense? 2 things came to our mind. One is location, and the second is some better information from the scene, not just audio. Because if somebody is panicking and making a call, their audio may not be very coherent. Video can be objective. So can we make video connection? We started working with that, and next question was about location. The standard location, anytime you say word location, immediate response is GPS. It doesn't, of course, work in urban canyons, doesn't work indoors, all kinds of other limitations come in. So my group had been working on the indoor location kinds of things, and right now I can tell you that on College Park campus, we can locate you anywhere in one of the 300 buildings or outdoors with the accuracy of which building, which floor, which room. When a first responder goes, GPS will tell you which building, but not that the guy is having a heart attack on the 10th floor, not on the 2nd. So there is that kind of a distinction that we were trying to bring about. But as I told you, the first app was put together in 3 months. What have we been doing for the last 5.5 years? Improving and learning about new challenges. At that time we looked around, there was nobody else doing this kind of thing. One of the big challenges that came up was, how do we interface it with the PSAP that we have? PSAP was a small room with 2 or 3 monitors in front of each of the 2 responders, with no space anywhere. So we said, well, can you give us some space on the screen? And they said, fine, okay, we can give you some space on the screen. But they didn't have any microphone. They were always using headset. So they insisted that our calls must be routed, the audio part, as an audio call using the campus switch. So we had to make via SIP a connection, translation into audio call, and it came as an analog call to that place. Now, one advantage is that nearly all PSAPs right now have operators working with just the headphones or headsets. And if the call can be interfaced through SIP, it is a lot more easy to connect it with the people who are there. Then we started talking to the students. Now, this is a nice closed environment in the sense, and what better to provide to the students? Whenever we talk to any of their parents, they absolutely loved it. How can I put it? How can I make sure my kid has it? When you talk to the students, when they're freshmen, they think they're invincible. They don't need any 911 or any other help. So that was the other problem that we faced. And so we had to come up with techniques and ways by which better adoption can take place, better education can go on. Then the question that we started raising next was, on the student side, should it only be for the emergency call, or is there some other kind of use that they can make? How can we make them feel more safe? And one of the things that comes up is that many of them work late in the library, and then in the night they're walking across campus. The campus police, by the way, our police chief has been very, very supportive, and that's why we have what we have today. They provide an escort service that somebody will call, and 15 minutes later an officer will show up and walk with them to the dorm room. At middle of the night, you would wait for 15 minutes. The use of that service is very limited. Can the technology help? Yeah, sure. This kind of thing can help if they can feel safe that they can make a call immediately. Another issue that came up was security. Our PSAP people, our police chief, did not want the local recording be done so that the thing shows up on YouTube tomorrow. So we had to make a secure connection which only records in a secure server at the university's police facility. And security was very, very major aspect. Another question that we posed was, is there any additional information we can provide from the scene? Clearly, caller we can pick up from the phone. And what we did was to say, allow a person to put in on their phone additional information that they may want to disclose to the PSAP operator. For example, my blood group. I'm allergic to penicillin. Do not ever call my mom when I call you. Any of those kinds of things. And they should show up on the screen as the call is made. When we went to the other side, and by the way, we were also talking to the PSAP and the police people, and they were saying, you're using technology, how about making our life safer? So the question we were addressing was not just the 911 call going to PSAP, but how do we make the responders more effective? So one of the things that we did was to permit the same video call to be transferred to a responder so that right up to the second they get there, they get to see that the guy with the green shirt is holding gun to the head of the guy with the red shirt. And that is likely to save people's lives. Or when fire call comes in, it is not just the fire alarm going off, but on 5th floor window, there's a blazing fire that's coming out. It makes a tremendous difference on that side. Then, of course, the question comes up, what else can be integrated? And that's what we are building a lot in terms of integration at the back end. A question that was raised earlier, that how do we make it 100% foolproof? Of course, any programs any of my students write never fail, but we know better. Our backup is that if within a defined short period of time, our call is not completed, the failover to 911 occurs, and automatically the call is initiated on 911. That's the backup mechanism that we have. So where are we today? On the campus, this has been deployed now for 2-3 years, and I'm glad that not too many calls are made. That means campus must be safer. But one of the calls that was made was from a car fire in a parking lot, and there was no words exchanged except the dispatcher telling telling the caller that get away from the fire, don't take the risk. He knew where it was, he knew what it was, and immediately the call was dispatched. What we are trying to do is right now, what we have done is on the campus it is implemented. A commercial version of this is being implemented as safer mobility, and that's being deployed at multiple places. Now, a question that I want to address at the end has to do with scalability. With my professor's hat on, scalability is one of those things people write PhDs on, so I had to worry about that. But on practical side, one of the key questions that comes up as we see in this diagram, and we have seen so much of the routing and other kinds of things that came up. Can the phone, which is 1,000 times more powerful than the machine we use to land on the moon, can that phone give better information, better idea about where the call should go? Clearly, we can construct geofences. And looking up at the geofence, we can directly route the call to the call center corresponding to that geocenter. And I believe that the kind of structure that we have put together in our college app, which is Emergency, or the commercial one, which is Safer Mobility, we are addressing vast majority of the issues that you have raised. Anyway, that's where we are. So I'll pass on.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I think we're going to start off a little bit with the app developer group that we have up here. Many of the apps on the market today combine functionalities like location, automatic family notifications, as Dr. Akinkwala noticed, or non-notifications, caller information storage, but also, as we've heard, don't generally support direct integration into 911. It's not in the 911 call path itself. It goes through some other avenues. So I'd like to start a discussion off with the app developers in the sense of please just give us a few words about your app. What functionality makes it unique? What is it different than the other ones that are on the market today? And we'll start with you, Jeff.
Great. Thank you, Dana. I'm with LiveSafe. We provide a comprehensive mobile safety app that ties into a cloud-based dashboard that's used by colleges and universities across the country. Dr. Agarwala was really a pioneer in the space in terms of building, one of the very first, I think, 911 apps. What makes us different is that we have a fairly broad view into how to really affect personal and public safety. Trying to have a solution that's designed to have relevance throughout a person's day and throughout their life, to make it much more relevant, to make it much more likely that they'll use the application on a regular basis. One of the things that we've learned is that you don't need to place an emergency call very often, and so the use of a 911 app that's very 911 specific may not be thought of in that kind of situation or that emergency. And so the breadth in which you can provide relevance to enhancing personal safety can make the app far more useful, far more valuable. In terms of your specific question, Dana, on why haven't we integrated into the 911 infrastructure, we really sit sort of beside it. We think we're very complementary to it. We think there's a tremendous amount of data and information that we could provide in a 911 type of situation, but doing so is just hard. It's not easy to do that. There's not a lot of economic incentives to do so, and the current paradigm, I think, is one that just makes it difficult. 6,000 different PSAP centers is not an easy thing to integrate with.
Right. I'll move on. Michael Martin of Rapid SOS.
Great. And first of all, I just wanted to say really thank you for having us here. I mean, we're kind of a group of computer nerds, and I think I met several people here that have more experience than the average age of our team, I think. So it's just an extraordinary privilege to be in this room and to be with this group of people and in the first panel in this panel. So we're a team from MIT and Harvard that had personal experiences around emergency communication failure, and we set out to do what I think this whole workshop is about: is how can we leverage all the data that's on this device to get that into 911. That certainly would have solved some of the experiences that our team members had. And so in about 2 months, we built this cloud-based platform to shoot it to a website, and then we went out and we started talking to PSAPs, and we learned very quickly that I came from the venture capital industry, and there's this certain arrogance in VC that, technology can solve everything, right? And then you realize that, no, there's very clear reasons why there are standards in place here, and we need to follow and work with those. So we worked with over 100 dispatch centers over a 2-year process to turn this web platform into something that is integrated with the existing Alley and Annie system. We work with a few partners to kind of get that data off your device directly into their system. And I think Tim summed it up earlier. He had these nice diagrams of that system. It's extremely complex. It took a lot of time. But we set out from the beginning to work with folks like Christy, for example, to say, if we were going to build something from the ground up, how would we do it the right way? So our core team is PhDs from MIT in the nuclear engineering department. So our background is in working in very kind of traditional systems with standards-based approaches that have to have high reliability. And so that's what we've set out to do now. We're backed by some of the largest and wealthiest entrepreneurs coming out of Silicon Valley to really take this tech approach to it. And we want to provide it completely for free to every PSAP. So there's no new system, no new training or equipment required to receive this data. We can speak later. There are some limitations, obviously, like unless you have a next-gen system, we can't stream you video or photos, but we can give you very accurate location information. We can provide some translation help. We can manage a host of scenarios where you have no or limited location, or service infrastructure, and a host of other challenges, which we can kind of speak to afterwards. But thanks again for having us.
Okay, and now we'll have Peter Motter of VisitSafe.
Thank you, Dana, and thank you as well. I'm really excited to be here and appreciate the opportunity to present. My name is Peter Motter. I'm the founder and CEO of VisSafe, and we've developed a civic communications and crowdsourcing platform that enables citizens, businesses, and government agencies to connect and share information, both from a social media networking perspective to be able to share information and empower citizens to participate, but also for enterprises to share information privately and securely, integrating both content from smartphones as well as information from live camera networks. So we integrate a lot of sources of what we think are relevant to community safety and well-being. Our whole mission is really about enhancing community well-being and empowering people to participate. Obviously, there's a lot of applications out there. A number of people talked about this earlier today, and one of the challenges we found is a lot of these geocentric, organizationally centric applications work great, but have a problem with app overload, if you will. I don't know how many apps you have on your phone. I have a lot on my phone. And expecting a user to be able to download a new app for every location they visit, for every site they go to, is not really realistic. And it also suppresses adoption. We've talked to a number of organizations that have used these apps, and we found that really the adoption is quite low. One thing that Jeff actually pointed out earlier as well is you need to make these platforms more than just 911 because people, they might download something very specific, and then in the event of an emergency, they may forget they even have it on their phone, especially when they're under stress. So having what we tried to do is really focus on general community safety, whether it's a tree that falls on a power line, a pothole in the road, a flooded road, or perhaps a more serious matter. If people are using it on a more everyday basis, they're more likely to use it in an emergency situation. And that's what we've really focused on, is trying to build something that's ubiquitous, that works anywhere in the world for any device, doesn't have any limitations, and more importantly, is free. Not only free to the consumers, but free to government agencies, to businesses. We believe that the key to making this work and be successful is public participation, and we don't want any friction to adoption. So that's our objective in terms of building this, is like other social media platforms. People have become accustomed to using social media as a way to communicate. In fact, a lot of people are posting relevant public safety information on Twitter, on Facebook, on YouTube that generally first responders don't have access to, in real time anyway, maybe after the fact. So we're trying to take all that information, aggregate it, map it, share it, and really turn that content into actionable information. One of the panelists earlier, I think it was Jeff, had talked about content is king. And that is so true. For any of these companies to be successful, it's really about getting as much information out there as possible because consumers expect that. The reason we use Facebook is because your friends are on Facebook. The reason you post to YouTube is because there's a big audience of people that are going to see your video. So the same has to hold true for any public safety app to be successful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And now I'd like to talk with the other side of that coin from the public safety perspective. The apps that do exist in the 911 space, they often are limited to a campus environment like a college or university or medical campus, and they just necessarily have to be because of the way things are. But it would be interesting to hear what public safety has to say about the impending potential flow of data into their PSAPs, what good, bad, and different stances on apps. We'll start with Charlie Schwab.
Okay, thank you for having me here today. My center is not doing any apps at this time. However, we've had a lot of contact probably in the last 3 years from various people that like to sell us their apps or connect us. I look forward to that. I think it can help us. We have dealt with the limitations of voice only my entire career. The opening of the center up to the security risks and just the myriad different ways that IP and data can be sliced and diced presents a pretty big challenge. Training is already a problem for the simpler mode that we operate in now. I need to control that. I need to streamline it. It needs to be standardized. I need to be able to receive calls and put them out as efficiently as I can and accurately. GIS information has got to be interchangeable. It's got to be accurate. The panel before mentioned I forget the gentleman's name, that Uber had him on the wrong side of the street. On a limited access road, that can cause a pretty big problem for me. Like I said, I look forward to the advantages that can bring, but I need to control it and I need to be ready for it so I can continue to deliver good service, because that's what the public wants from us and my service providers.
Christy?
So I started my career in public education and training, and I learned very quickly it was not possible to train the telecommunicators for every call. I mean, let's face it, I don't know what temperature you need to cook a turkey. So it was important to me to not teach them about every call and how to handle it, but to provide them with tools and resources. And as I've transitioned through my career and as a director of a regional 911 program today, that still remains my major motivation, is how can I increase the service to the citizens and meet their expectations, but also what tools can I bring to my telecommunicators. And I think that apps are an excellent opportunity to bring some new tools to the telecommunicators. As some of you have mentioned, you can supplement some of the services that we provide today. However, our staff acts as early adopters and we embrace change. My telecommunicators tolerate change. And the only reason they tolerate change is because our staff has established a trust relationship. So they trust us to vet new products and services and to make sure that they're going to have the safety nets they need to work appropriately. So some of the things that we consider with apps are training. Is this something that's going to come natively into our system that we can go into a PSAP, and we have done this with Michael. We go into a PSAP, if we test something, will they need any training or will they be able to handle that 911 interaction? We also need to make sure that there are standards and that we don't have to train them on 35 different methodologies of getting applications into the PSAPs. And so not just any standards, but industry-wide standards, so that we can have the universal service, the reliability, and the security. As I've traveled around the country, I believe that when I talk about implementation of next-gen and any of the technology that's coming into the centers, the things that scare the telecommunicators are information overload, the fear of the unknown, and will I be able to use this or is this going to hurt me in my response? And so it's the responsibility of us as a public safety industry to work with the app providers and make sure that their services and products are actually enhancing the dispatch and not causing a problem. And aside from that, I mentioned public education and training. So 26 years ago, I was the one in the elementary school at the quilting bee with the senior citizens and with the civic organizations. And I feel like the 911 industry has done a great job in educating the consumers in an emergency, call 911. And we do not want to go backwards. We do not want people to start thinking, well, I have to have an app to get the right information during a call. I have to do them first. We don't want anything that will delay a response to 911. So we look forward to working with the app developers to make sure that we are able to gather some of those tools that will help our telecommunicators while at the same time protecting them. Because while we talk about reliability on the technology side, on the PSAP side and the consumer side, that goes back to trust. And it's my responsibility to make sure that the PSAP is adequately trained and that they trust that the applications and any new technology in the 911 center will work for them. And the same with the citizens. As a citizen, I don't have the ability to look at 37 apps and decide which one I want to put on my phone. I have to trust that the public safety industry will help do some of that for me and provide the standards and frameworks to allow us to be successful together.
Okay, and now we'll have Stephen Williams of the DC Office of Unified Communications.
Great. Just like I said, thank you for having us again. Just to echo some of the comments from my peers, 911's usually not what comes to mind when you think of bleeding edge technology. I mean, like someone mentioned on the earlier panel, 45 years ago or so was the first 911 call made. And then within the last 3 years, we've been able to successfully send a text message to 911. And there's still many PSAPs, including the one I work at, who are piloting text to 911, but who still don't take that. And our citizens and our constituents and our visitors, they expect us to be able to do that. They expect us to know that they're standing on a certain side of the road, because a lot of complaints we hear is I can use my smartphone to find the closest Starbucks, but you can't use it to tell me where I'm at. But one of the challenges with technology in an area like Washington, D.C. metro area is getting everybody on board with the same application. There's so many apps out there. I mean, there's probably 20 different apps where you can play farm games on. And we can't have that same mindset when we go to 911. A lot of the people that come to Washington, D.C. on a daily basis, they live in Fairfax County, Virginia. They live in Montgomery County. So if we have an app in D.C., it has to work in those counties too, because we don't want them picking and choosing what they need to have. So that's one of the things we look for as a PSAP, as a 911 center, is how can we make this easier for the citizens, but also easy for our call takers and our dispatchers. One of the things Ms. Williams mentioned was just another tool in the tool belt. And that's what we have a lot of tools in the tool belts today. We have Google Maps, for instance. We have a CAD map that's generated by our GIS department. But how many more tools can we give them? Can I have 7 more web browsers up to figure out where this person is, which is great if you don't know where the person is, but if you do know, they're able to tell you. You don't necessarily have the time to dig through all that to get them the help they need quickly. So that's my view of how we have to be careful when we adopt these applications. And it's one of the things that I really think that the big mobile carriers have to really get involved in behind, is because when they deliver us that 911 call, it would be much more convenient if that same stream, that same bit of information, that GPS information, was built into that anti-alley and we got it right away. Instead of having to do a rebid, instead of having to depend on launching another app, instead of having to depend on a call taker launching another browser. And I think that's where we have to lead this conversation going forward for the future.
Okay, great. I'm going to let Admiral Simpson take the question here.
Yeah, so this has been a great survey, really, of what's already gone on in the app space, and it really is remarkable. And as a parent with kids in college, I want to follow up on that, the ability of the student to choose whether the mom or dad gets notified. But no, in all seriousness, and he goes to a school in which I believe LiveSafe is available, Virginia Tech. So it's fantastic to see. There's already penetration here. And some of the app developers, app providers talked about the fragility of the market incentives in this space. All right, anyone that's been around for 911 for a long time knows that there just isn't the huge market incentive to bring innovation. There's a lot of potential liability associated with 911 that folks have to be concerned about. So what I'm kind of hearing as a consistent theme is PSAP standardization. It's got to be simple. If we're going to scale across America, we've got to have that. But it also sounds like, because there's just some really uniqueness to the different apps here, that we want to empower consumer choice. And when we wouldn't want to go down an app path and result in one app that then fails to take advantage of what is really amazing about this new information ecosystem, that we can really optimize around demographic groups, around people with unique needs. And so is iCubed the right aim point for app developers to get that single consistent interface into the PSAPs that DC talked about, that Harris County and others in Texas are moving towards? Or should there be, or is there room for a standard that's developed among the app developers that is still consistent with what the needs of the PSAPs are, but is oriented more around how do I facilitate the rapid innovation that we're looking for? Maybe even more than just a standard. Should there be a software development toolkit that the app providers can collaborate on and agree upon so that the toolkit can be used in a consistent manner? Thoughts on those that have developed apps?
I'll chime in. Admiral Simpson, I think you're exactly right in the sense that starting with the end user in mind and kind of working backwards is a way to, I think, really understand the current situation and how some of the paradigms have changed a little bit. With LiveSafe, we've started about 18 months ago. We're now on college campuses in 25 different states. We've got on military bases and in different corporate settings, sports stadiums are using it. In all cases, what we do see is that the connectivity with the institution, with the law enforcement, essentially professionals, really, really important and adds a great deal of value for the end user. So having that connectivity is really useful. The other thing that we see, though, is that it's a minority of times that a phone call is what's being used as the way to communicate with that institution. So having really a breadth of different ways that users can communicate. So it's not necessarily coming at it from a phone call orientation, but more of the breadth of ways that people can communicate. Chat is the primary way that users are communicating through our tool. It's interesting when you think about millennials today. They won't call their parents, let alone call 911. And so, defaulting to a phone call as the primary means for getting help may not be where the world is going and where the society is evolving to.
Yeah, I would add specifically on the point about standardization. We are so grateful that the standards already exist. So that, it's a pain as an app developer to work through them all, but it means that it's possible to build a system that has universality. So that's what we focused on. So our system will work in any PSAP in the United States, and ultimately, because of standardization globally, we will ultimately work in 137 countries. And so what this means is that there are abilities to push information. Now, if we had a where i3's headed, we can do even more, right? Like we can take advantage of everything this device can do that all these other apps are using today, for sure. And so we're very excited about next gen. But the challenge, which was brought up earlier on the panel, is that today it's a small percentage of the country that's under next gen, and it's going to be a slow rollout process. I used to have this slide that would be like, by the time we commercially launch, we'll be fully in line with next gen, and it'll be great. And I've learned a lot along the way, and that's going to be a little while longer. So building in something that is universally compatible with the existing standards is key, I think, for all of the app developers that want to do, they want to go beyond the institution and actually universally augment and provide 911 service.
Does the toolkit fit into that?
I think a toolkit would mean that, we wouldn't have to have a team of MIT PhDs to figure out how to make all this work. That's...
So why don't you make a toolkit and then make that available to other app developers?
Yeah, it's one of the things that we're looking at is opening. So we have open APIs. So fundamentally, we're not an app company. We are a pipeline for information between any connected device. So this would be Nest home thermostats, your Tesla, with data to 911. So we're talking to, our customers are not consumers. It's not 911. It's insurance companies. It's automotive OEMs. It's home security companies, for example. Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
So I'm not an app developer, and I'm sorry to jump in front of you, but the one thing about standardization I think that's important to 911 centers and PSAPs is what happens if the company I choose goes out of business? Because as this industry evolves, there's going to be a few that float to the top. And before, I make that investment into that application or into that new way to process 911 calls, I need to make sure that if this company does go out of business a year from now, 5 years from now, what's my next step to that? How much more money am I going to have to invest to still be able to provide that same service to my constituents? Because then, at that point, I have to say, hey, you need to go download this again, a new app. And so what happens, back to the liability issue of when that app goes away, what happens? So that's where standards are important, I think, from the PSAP side.
I think the standards also are very important, but one thing to keep in mind is that the public's what drive those standards, really. It's hard for the government to push those to industry effectively. As an example, just a few years ago, law enforcement in this country barely used Twitter and Facebook, and now it's almost a mandatory thing for them to do as a way to outreach to the public.
You'd be surprised how many PSAPs don't follow Twitter, don't follow Facebook. So I want to push back a little bit because the velocity of information that we're losing that battle right now in PSAPs, and often communities have a much better appreciation of what's going on in an emergency or a disaster, or sometimes to coordinate a malicious activity. Witness some of the recent issues in Baltimore. We're all thinking about the citizens in Baltimore. So I think we have a lot of work to do in and around PSAPs to catch up with that velocity of information.
No, exactly. And really, just to clarify, what I was driving at is that police departments, as an example, 3 to 5 years ago, very few had a Twitter account. And now most actually have a Twitter account. Now,
in their PR department.
Yeah, no, what they do, you're right. And they're doing it in the PR department as a way to outreach to the public rather than as a way to communicate public safety information or to receive public safety information. So that's got to change, and I think you're totally right. And in the PSAP side of it, very few of them are even equipped to receive that information. And it goes back to that information overload challenge that we talked about earlier. And I'll use Boston as an example. I think there's 12 plus apps available to users to download. Mass State Police have an app. The transit system has an app. MEMA, the Massachusetts Emergency Management Agency, has an app. FEMA has an app. ICE has an app. A bunch of the universities have their own siloed apps. And each one of these are effective, and that's great. I'm in Boston, but let's say I don't live in Boston. I might just be visiting, or I work there. And now I drive back to the community I live in, and I have to download 10 other apps on the way to get there. That becomes really...
Including the Southie app, because you're in South.
Exactly. And that's true for just about every major urban environment across the country as well. So the standardization, I think, is a key way to drive it, but just to keep in mind that people are going to adopt what's popular. and they're going to adopt what they're comfortable and familiar with using. So it has to be easy. It has to be ubiquitous.
Dr. Agarwal?
Yeah, there are a couple of points I want to bring up in connection with your comments. One is that these apps, let's hope our users will not be using every day. In fact, what is the term? That once in 18 months or some such is the average time between use. So would I remember? It has to become as easy as possible. So on one side, you talk about standardization for interfacing to the Peace app. On other side, there may have to be a standardization on the handset side. And I can brag that I just acquired this Samsung S6, and this has an option that if you press the power button 3 times quickly, it'll initiate a call to somebody, and you can define where it makes the call to. If this kind of a thing be standardized, and that's where I think FCC can play a role, that a particular app is immediately activated, whether the phone is on, off, or whatever app it is running, then people can get to know and feel comfortable about the alternate way rather than just making 911. And in fact, this pressing it 3 times will take much less time than dialing 911.
That's a great point. One of the things I saw at INTX, the former cable show, haptics.
Right.
And the value of vibrations and other kinds of sensory inputs in this space. What if 3 short pushes initiates a phone call, but 3 short pushes followed by 3 long ones, followed by 3 short ones? For the younger people in the room, that's SOS. I know you got it. That calls 911. That gets to the Peace app. Well, wouldn't that be convenient? You don't have to even go to a screen. You're just and maybe a standard sometimes the FCC, when we focus on just the really simple things, we can provide the greatest value.
That would be, from my perspective, some way by which all similar apps can be activated or attached to a particular key sequence, which is standardized, would be a really worthwhile kind of thing.
I'd like to not push back a little bit, but maybe challenge we don't want the app used often. Suicide is an increasing issue in the United States, and it's not just in an age group. Suicide afflicts older, mid, and we have seen that early engagement, and that early engagement needs to be ongoing to really work suicide prevention. So if that's the same kind of emergency crisis of our era that more traditional emergencies were, then what LiveSafe talked about was, no, you don't want use of that app to be infrequent, that the ability to engage in other resources to prevent the escalation of an event into something more grievous. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely, Admiral. It's interesting you talk about suicide as a challenge. It's one of a variety of different safety and issues that we face today. College campuses today, 1,100 students a year commit suicide. Just a few months ago, a student at a local college using LiveSafe was attempting to commit suicide. She'd overdosed and reached out through the app in a way that allows us to enable them to communicate anonymously. And so what that gave her the ability to do was to start a conversation with campus police in this case, where they could ultimately chat back and forth and communicate with her enough to get her to share her location. Ultimately, they were able to save her.
So it lowered the bar of entry for that call for help.
Right. Part of what our big focus is on how do we de-risk it for people? How do we make it simpler and easier? How do we lower the barriers to sharing of information or reaching out for help? Because not everybody feels totally comfortable calling 911. It feels scary for a lot of people. It feels like only in absolute mission critical situation. From a standards perspective, just to kind of pull back a little bit to some of the comments comments here. I think the FCC can play a critical role in creating a standard to make it easy for sharing of information between apps and PSAPs. I don't think a PSAP should be in the game of trying to pick which technology is going to win, because you're going to get it wrong. I also think a world where there's 5 or 6 or 10 or 20 apps in Boston is a great world. Like, you want to encourage innovation. One of them will ultimately win, but more choice for the consumer is better, and creating a world which gives consumers options will ultimately lead to the right answer. Even trying to dictate, you were saying, wouldn't a tap, be a great way to trigger a 911 call? I was thinking, why not voice? Why not say call 911 and the phone automatically calls? So there's lots of different ways that may ultimately be the right one. Mm-hmm. Try to create an infrastructure that supports encouraging the innovation on both sides of the spectrum, both the consumer
being mindful of the brand that either Jeff or Trey talked about before, the brand of 911. It's got to be recognizable.
Right.
But perhaps while we've got a numerical brand for it, we ought to have a voice brand, and we ought to have a haptic haptic brand.
So you have to also recognize that the call may be made from an area that somebody doesn't want to make sound. Mm-hmm. They're hiding.
Yeah, right.
The other question that I was going to raise was about how do we provide support for physically impaired, hard of hearing, or visually impaired? Can we communicate through sign language? When you have video communication going, you can easily do that. All you require is a two-way video. Hearing impaired, it becomes hearing impaired, we can do that. Visually impaired, it becomes a little more difficult. And there the issue becomes that if we can track their location indoors more accurately, we can give them direction on how to evacuate from a building or things of that type. So there are a variety of these kinds of factors that come into play in these. But what we have to remember, in my opinion, that if there is an app which has lots and lots of different functions, none of us really use all the functions. How many functions of Microsoft Word do you use? What portion of that do you know? So if it becomes a very complex app, then again we run into the same problem that people are not familiar in emergency situation what to do. So the basic interface has to be simple, whether it's voice, whether it's haptic, whether it is some other, throwing your phone against the wall or whatever it works out to be.
Can I make one quick comment on the standard piece? Because I actually disagree a little bit, and I think it's pretty important. Like, the fact that there may be 20 911 apps, I think we've been in a lot of PSAPs where they refer to these apps as the quote-unquote crappy apps. So there's so much on the line here. We've spent so much effort and energy investing in a standardized system. I don't think it should be about which company can market better. It needs to be which one can solve the real problem. So we need some type of standard or certification.
I think what I heard Jeff communicate, though, was not that PSAPs would have the 20 apps in a city. That PSAPs would have one interface. Right. But consumers would have 20 different choices.
So long as
and then the PSAP would always be that one app presentation, so that the PSAPs wouldn't have to worry about whether the 20th of those companies went out of business. Right. They wouldn't have to change a darn thing. Yeah. Did I get that right, Jeff?
Yeah, I would agree with Michael, though. I think there should be a certification process that perhaps the FCC or some institutional body has to ensure that the technology is reliable and it works, and whether that's, there's lots of parties that could probably play that role.
So that consumers aren't
so there should be a
risk.
Standard with a certification process that allows those to sort of qualify for 911 status, if you will.
So in this discussion, we cannot forget another factor. Somebody has to build the app that goes on PSAP also, or some system. So overall, we are talking about the full ecology of this type. Right. And we are concentrating on apps, but on the other side, right now, all the PSAPs are using some software that somebody built, some company built. And we have to take a look at how that software is being displaying the information that they receive and what kind of things are happening on that side too.
Along on this topic of sort of consumer interaction and education, I'd like to ask all of you guys, how would you educate consumers on this? Because clearly that needs to happen. They need to know that these apps exist, let alone to download them, let alone to remember it in that moment when they're most in need. What would be your number one message to consumers about the use of 911 apps, or even just how we can reach consumers to tell them about 911 apps? I'll start with you, Peter.
All right. So for us, what we're trying to do is partner with public safety organizations or any organization that has a responsibility for public safety. That's commercial enterprises as well, and then enable them to, or empower them to go out and spread the word. And they can do that through their traditional media outlets, through social media outlets, through physical signage in a particular location. It's really key to drive participation, because without participation, none of this really matters. And that's one of the challenges I think there has been in the past with some of these siloed apps, is if there's not a lot of participation, people don't have the awareness of it, then how do you get them to participate, to even know about it? So I think that's one of the keys, is really partnering with these organizations. It's probably not the PSAPs. It's probably the municipalities, the cities, the police departments in those facilities, the organizations that hold events, and so on, that have access to a broader audience, a broader community.
Kirsty?
I agree. Partnership is going to be key, and a consistent message. I'm not prepared to tell you at this moment what that consistent message is, because there are so many differences in the apps, but it is vital that we don't confuse the citizens with conflicting messages. So I agree. A partnership with the industry, who has paid marketing professionals, and the public safety industry that has a strong public education presence, will allow us to come up with a consistent message and get it out in an appropriate manner. NENA has a public education work group. They have worked together with APCO. If we can work together on that consistent message and get it out, then we will have a much better chance of that consistency.
So on the consumer side, communicating to consumers, should apps bear a role in that communication to consumers? Should there be a capabilities and limitations element that is clear and consistent and early in the downloading of the app, so that consumers know this is what the app is capable of, but this is, don't use it in this environment for this thing? Is that part of it? Should there be not an obligation, that's a bad word here. Should we encourage that kind of user outreach by apps themselves to clearly explain their capabilities?
Just further to what I said earlier, I think one of the challenges is getting above the noise. And one way to get above the noise is having public safety partners that have credibility with the public. A commercial organization, to get above that noise, it's a high hurdle, and it's a huge investment of capital. So I think they're realistically having those partnerships is what's going to drive adoption.
I'll tell you though, I'm just thinking of my kids. They're not listening to the public safety communicators. They're immune. They're super people, right? So how do we communicate to those that don't know that they need help?
Simpson, it's interesting that Chairman Wheeler used Uber as an example in talking about a parallel to 911. I think there's two potential paths. One is more of an institutionally led path. One is a more user or consumer led path. Why is it that taxi commissions across the country didn't create an app and advertise it effectively to in order to disrupt the market versus Uber and sort of how they have come about? So I think there's two paths. It's hard to know which one's the right one. I think there may be more of a consumer-led one. So when you talk about creating some standards or requirements of disclosure and consent and informing, I get a little worried about that, just because I think that boxes in who will want to incorporate that. That may not be something that is very friendly to the user experience. But I do think standards and certifications and some minimums are pretty important.
I too am a mother of teenagers, and when I was a teenager, I knew everything also, so I don't blame them for that. But my kids actually do know more than I did, because they have Siri and Google. And I think to that point, if we're talking about an app store with that little description, I say, oh my gosh, I need a mirror, and my kids are looking for apps, and they have 5 to choose from.
That's right.
And they do read that little descriptor. So if public educators can work with the marketing people to decide on one standard type of message, we don't want to inhibit your sales or your profitability, but we've been successful in the NENA Public Education Group and working with wireless providers and VoIP providers and coming up with that little short one thing that could be on the description in the App Store, and the kids are reading those.
With that, I'm actually going to hand it over to David first so we can squeeze one more question in here.
No, go ahead. No, actually, I think Michael wanted to make a point, and we
Okay.
should probably wrap up on this.
Okay.
Totally agree, and I think there's a role for institutional partners like LiveSafe does a great job of this, right? Because you guys reach out, I would imagine, the pre-matriculation packets, the RA community informs the students and says, hey, this is our chosen solution for this challenge. Put it on your phone. I used to be an RA a long time ago, so so I think that's powerful. We're working with like insurance companies that have said, hey, there's the FCC report said that a minute saved in response time could lead to $95 billion of outcome in the economy. I mean, there's a lot of motivation for major partners here to drive better solutions here, and so I think there's a role for institutional partners to help inform and then also roll these out among their user bases.
One thing is, I think it's critical, though, that the app developers work with the PSAPs, because even with the advertisement part, I mean, one of the things we use Smart 911 by Rave Mobility, and one of the things we found is, as the PSAP, even though the city promotes that, we go out to the community meetings, to the Office on Aging events and other events throughout the city to spread the message that, hey, we have this Smart 911 application, here's how it works and all that. But the flip side to this is we, in Washington, D.C., at the Office of Unified Communications, we also do 311. And we have a 311 app that we've had for several years. We're in the process of upgrading our system on 311, and we use the Open 311 standard in Washington, D.C., which is an API that companies can build against. And one of the things we found when we went to upgrade our 311 system was there's all these applications that exist that we didn't know about. We didn't know if they were actually working to submit service requests into our application. We didn't know how the citizen, was getting notified back about it, and things like that. So what we also found was that citizens were complaining sometimes. Hey, I put a service request in, and we go to look, and we're like, well, there's not a service request in here. But they're like, oh, well, I use X, Y, and Z's app to do it. And we're like, well, where is our, okay, well, we're sorry, but we're the ones that get yelled at, not the app developer. And so that's why I have to think there has to be a very, very close hand-in-hand partnership between the 20 app developers, because I do see that, you just have one vendor doing an app, you're never going to get to the potential where you need to be. And that's why competition is good amongst apps. But at the end of the day, there has to be some responsibility on the app developers to come into the PSAP and say, hey, we're delivering this service. We want to test it. The PSAPs need to be involved in the certification process. Not only the FCC, but the local PSAPs need to be involved in the certification process to be able to understand how it works, to make sure it is working. And I think that's an important piece of the puzzle.
Okay, great. Thanks. We have time for one more. I think we're going to wrap now because it's right at noon, and we'll check out the Arsenal of Democracy flyover for anyone that wants to walk down to the mall. But we also have some information on the app developers that joined us today on their product, as well as some white papers and other materials that will be on display at the Technology Experience Center, which is housed in the FCC library. So if you go out this way, there's a little staircase, and then it's down the hallway. So after the flyover, if you want to go check it out, we'll be in there. So
And reconvene at what time here?
And we'll reconvene at 1:30 p.m. Thanks.
Do we know where Larry is?
Oh, he can miss my remarks. Well, thanks all for coming back. Anybody get out and see the bombers? Yeah, pretty cool, huh? The sound of freedom. Yeah. I think a reminder of us all of what our country can do when we really put our minds to it. And I was at an event recently that put something in perspective that, I spent over 30 years in the military. I didn't really fully appreciate this, that before World War II, we had a couple of commercial airlines, but really it was rare that an American would utilize a commercial airline, and it was not something most Americans ever thought that they would utilize. We trained so many aviators in the Second World War. We built so many aircraft that one of the great benefits, side benefits, post-war period was near immediately, voila, we were able to scale fast with trained personnel, systems that had been proven in pretty adverse conditions, Americans that were more used to being mobile, and built a commercial aviation, passenger aviation industry that became the rival of the world near immediately. And as we've talked today about scaling fast, I think it was Jeff that talked about thinking about command and control centers, and our PSAP operators really becoming more and more analysts, and do they have a role in the response as an operation that they're in fact orchestrating with multiple inputs. So you use terms like shared situational awareness and common operational picture, which really come from our experience in the military in deploying forces in lots of adverse conditions where your truth changes by the second and responses need to be agile and adjusted. So I think just that reminder of World War II and how our nation turned that into a significant commercial capability that as we look at bringing apps to this world and bringing evolving the role that PSAPs and the operators within PSAPs have, that the role of apps in that really is kind of exciting. Not quite as big and showy as a bomber, but hey, kids think apps are cool, right? So with that, I think did Larry get back in?
Yes.
Yeah, great. And is it over to Tim or over to David? Yeah.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm David Firth. I'm Deputy Chief of the Public Safety Bureau, and delighted to have all of our panelists from this morning. I think save one, Charlie Schwab from Montgomery County, had to get back to his PSAP because he was required to be there to make sure that the citizens of Montgomery County, which is my home county, are safe. So we wish him the best and thank him for his appearance here. So we have also added 3 additional members to this roundtable discussion for the afternoon. We have Roger Marshall, who his day job is with TCS, but he is going to be speaking to us on behalf of Addis ESIF. We have Bernard Aboba, who is from Microsoft, and in addition to being from Microsoft, he is also a member of our task force on PSAP optimization, and we welcome him here. And then Henning Schultz-Rinne, and if I were to recite his vita, we would be here for about 45 minutes. He has forgotten more than probably the rest of this table will ever learn about 911. He is a professor at Columbia, former chief technology officer here at the FCC, and still a technology advisor at the FCC. So brings a vast array of experience.
And he can spell SIP. He thought SIP.
I only like people who can spell C, the language.
Plus.
Without only one error.
So what I'd like to do, just a couple of ground rules, because we have a larger group here, and I've sent all of you a number of questions that I was hoping we will have time to cover in the 2 hours that are allotted to us. I do plan to take perhaps a 5-minute break about midway through. Out of for humanitarian reasons, but hopefully we can keep it to a 5-minute break. I will also be asking a number of questions, but what I'd like to do is use the tent card method, where I really want this to be an engaged discussion, not just between me and you, but among all of us here. We've managed to gather I think, a really extraordinary array of talent and expertise and perspective on this issue from multiple sides, because we know that this is a multi-sided issue. If nothing else, this morning's panels demonstrated that. And so I think this is a really unique opportunity, and I hope not the last opportunity for the people here to engage with one another. What I would ask simply is that if you want to raise a point, if you want to ask a question of another panelist, if you want to speak, just raise your tent card, and I will do my best to get to everybody in turn. So with that, I wanted to start with a subject that came up repeatedly in both panels this morning, which was the subject of standards. There was, I think, uniform agreement that standards in this space are a good thing and we need them. We also heard reference to some standards that are already in place. For example, the I3 standard. Other standards that are in development. Jeff Cohen referenced a standard that APCO is working on. I also think it's important that we look comprehensively at the issue of standards to understand we need standards, what do we need them for which aspects of the development and design of 911 apps. To what degree do they exist already so that we can go ahead and start implementing them? To what degree are they being implemented now or being developed now? How is that process going? What will we see at the end? And what gaps are there? And I think we also need to look at it both with respect to the end state next generation 911 architecture that we all want to get to, but also with respect to our transitional state where we are now with legacy PSAPs in various stages of transition. As a reality, that's going to go on for some time. What I'd like to do first is have Roger, he's prepared a short presentation to talk from an ATIS perspective, but also a broader perspective about where the standards work is. And then once he's made that presentation, ask Jeff Cohen to talk a little bit more about the APCO standard that he referenced this morning, and then open the discussion. Roger?
Thank you, David, and thank you, Admiral Simpson, for allowing myself and the rest of us to come and talk today about the future of smart apps in 911. And thanks to your staff, too. I think I'll start out by talking about my role a little bit in standards. I'm representing ATIS ESIF. ESIF is Emergency Services Interconnect Forum. I've been involved with that for about 10 years or maybe a little more than that. And so I'll plunge right into what the work that ESIF is doing affects smart apps. And I'll start, and we've had some background already this morning, so I'll start with the challenges to public safety smart apps, which one of the things I'd say is that smart apps are on smartphones, and smartphones aren't ubiquitous. 60 to 80% in the market doesn't equal 100%. So it gets back to the point that we need smart apps to operate reliably, to really be ubiquitous, and with various operating systems and user interfaces in the hands of consumers, it really makes it a big challenge. What can you do consistently to provide service that always works? Commercial location, I'll say, is not the same as emergency location. Emergency services location was designed in the standards. J Standard 36 was mentioned out of the TIA TR 45.2 group this morning, and it is designed, and it's also been taken into the 3GPP, third generation partnership program, and standardized there as well, many aspects. And in emergency location is done after the 911 call is initiated. It is done once there's a voice path established, whereas commercial location is more innovative and can afford to be, because it's not trying to serve up a location for an emergency call. It's interesting, Text to 911 takes advantage of commercial location services, which is a departure from the emergency location services that serve E911. When emergency location is invoked after a call is requested, it takes some amount of time. I think it was mentioned it could take 8 to 12 seconds to get a phase 2 fix. Also, we've heard statements like, if my Google Maps can find me or Uber can find me, why can't 911 find me? Well, 911 calls aren't done in anticipating of making a call. They're done after you decide that's what you're going to do. Whereas some of these apps have an always-on sort of approach to location. They don't wait necessarily. They're constantly polling or tracking. There's a lot of variability there with location. There's an issue of whether apps, which are numerous today and will only get more numerous, should be certified. And if so, what that certification process should be. And privacy concerns loom paramount. Consumers I mentioned the word tracking. They don't typically like tracking of location, of their location. And 911 has a certain ability to do away with those concerns, but they're there, and so any apps that come along need to assure the consumer that their privacy will be protected under the right circumstances. Security is a fundamental requirement from all aspects of a 911 call. Progress in 911 towards smart apps in ADIS, in the ESIF group, we have ADIS has several work groups, and there are some joint working group projects, one of which produced the standard, the J Standard 110, which is the relevant standard for text to 911 to support SMS messaging today. And so the ADIS group created this standard normally just to take any SMS text message and deliver it to a legacy PSAP or an NG911 PSAP. But in the process, there was a problem because NG911 PSAPs weren't very prevalent. And legacy PSAPs could only support text in terms of TTY. So what this J Standard 110 did is came along and offered a transitional solution as one of the delivery paths for location, and that was using a web browser. And so the transition, I think, is an important point, that it's not just a choice for PSAPs between legacy only or NG911, but there are also other choices that include transition technologies. ADIS is also has expanded SMS support or text to support from not only SMS but also MMS text, and they are shortly going to publish an updated J Standard 110 document for that. And they have a work project to look at over-the-top messaging. All right. So some of the groups in ESIF include the ESM, Emergency Service Methodologies. The ESM is part, and very active right now, as part of the indoor location work that is meeting together and working to satisfy the fourth report and order on location accuracy from the FCC, which is I think a very good thing. ESIF has the NGES group, which is working on a variety and has published one standard on IMS style of next generation emergency services network on a termination side, and also has IMS 911, or the IP multimedia subsystem, that will, let me restate that, the IMS 911 will offer an IMS variant of the NINA ESINet and NG Core services, but in terms of IMS. Another group has, in the WTSC within ADIS, is a joint group, and they have offered an architecture that would provide an IMS emergency service ability to an IMS architecture for originating networks to retrofit what has been left out of the 3GPP standards with regard to North American needs. Also, the joint WTSC groups include the ELOC, which is emergency location. I'll say a little bit more about that, and the Systems and Networks group. The Emergency Location Task Force is dealing with this location accuracy in terms of indoor location or all types of location, because for an emergency call, we can't really determine from the call itself whether it's indoor or outdoor. And we know that indoor environments pose a real difficulty for certain location technologies such as GPS. And so what this group is seeking to do is describe alternative location technologies that can be employed to augment the existing location technologies. And this diagram is intended to depict two blocks, two residences, two addresses, and introduces the term of dispatchable address that is in the fourth report and order, meaning that is a civic address that responders can find, and there's little or no ambiguity to it. But even when augmented location technologies such as Wi-Fi access points are used, in this example I'm just pointing out that though Wi-Fi is present, it doesn't necessarily guarantee that the location measured is the true location that the responders should be dispatched to, but other methods and technologies can be overlaid to keep increasing the level of assuredness of the location that is achieved. And so ultimately the dispatchable location coupled with other measured location technologies yields a good result. And this work includes the NEAD, I think, which may have been mentioned this morning, the National Emergency Address Database for North America, which would contain essentially the dispatchable address, which is something entirely new over and above what exists for E911 today, and is very exciting in my opinion.
I think it's worth explaining for those that haven't been following the proceeding. The NEAD will be carrier developed, sponsored geo-registration of all Wi-Fi access points and other potential fixed wireless access points that can be drawn upon to help in the geolocation of a 911 call indoors. So it's in development, and it'll be I think it's 2 years, the first, forgetting the milestone, but it's around the order of 2 years. It hasn't contemplated yet, as far as I'm aware, the use of other apps drawing from it, but that doesn't mean it couldn't.
That's right, yeah. The NEAD is envisioned primarily as having dispatchable address. There are options to include other metadata or other maybe a different type of location in there to augment the dispatchable location, but standards will ultimately decide what's actually in and what's not in there. All right, so the way that ATIS performs their work is to collaborate with other standards organizations. While there is a great body of expertise within ATIS, and who's one of their primary achievements is basically taking what 3GPP does and enhancing it and adapting it for North American use for the wireless carriers. They also communicate and work with APCO, NENA, and the IETF. Now, APCO, we've heard representation today. APCO has their APCOM site, and they recently published a white paper, which I'll mention again here. NENA has got a whole litany of standards that they've developed over the last 10 or 15 years that directly apply to IP packet-based emergency services. Having been involved in much of that development, it's pretty exciting to see the fruition of the NENA i3 architecture for NG911. And They also have, Nina's put out a information document that has considerations for smartphone app developers, which Trey mentioned already this morning. Finally, the IETF, the reason I mentioned them, I'll do a shameless plug, I'm co-chair of the IETF ECRIT work group as well. And the IETF has done, I think, a good job in providing protocols that these NG911 architectures and solutions leverage. Many of them are in use today. It's really starting with SIP, which came out of the IETF. The ECRIT has focused the use of SIP and described and listed a set of requirements for emergency services. ECRIT is emergency call routing, call resolution with internet technologies. And also the work group GeoPriv in the IETF has to do with geographic location primarily. And those two work groups, so there are several RFCs which I haven't mentioned here but are very informative to all of this dialogue with regard to smart apps and how they can be developed. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Roger. And I'd like to ask Jeff to talk in a little bit more detail about the standards effort that he described this morning, and then open it up for a broader discussion.
Sure, happy to. I'll describe a little bit more about what the app standard is about and the current status. This is, and a lot of this information is in our white paper, but as I mentioned earlier, excuse me, the effort will address the development of a common approach to interfaces with public safety communication centers, and that's PSAPs, emergency operations centers, and similar. As filed, the standard will address smart devices, phones, tablets, etc., also computer-based applications, both mobile and fixed, that impact operational and technical aspects of public safety communications. Some of the topics that are being explored is, as I mentioned, the common interface, which may be browser-based, IP direct, or via other methods, such as but not limited to relay services. How to make the app's device and operating system agnostic for how they interact with public safety. Integration with both legacy and next-generation systems, security requirements, location information considerations, and planning for the evolution of voice and data networks as they relate to apps specific to public safety. Right now, in terms of the status, there is a committee that's been established. It follows the ANSI requirements in terms of composition, such as representatives from user groups, meaning public safety, general interest, federal agencies, academia, and producers, the vendors, into the committee. Right now, the standard is in the committee's review. The next step will be approval for public review and comment. So, pursuant to ANSI requirements, once the committee puts something together, it does go out for a full public opportunity to comment upon it. After that, the writing group reviews all comments, revises accordingly, and then the standard is submitted for a vote to the committee. After that, it goes to ANSI for approval. So I think these are just the standard procedures that are required to be followed for ANSI. And we don't have a definitive timeline for when it's going to be completed, except that we do expect it to be published fourth quarter of this year.
So I think the question I'd like to put to the group, number one, if there's anyone who is aware of any other standards efforts or would like to reference anything, obviously this is a time to speak up. But what I'd like to do is ask, is this process, these multiple standards activities that are going on, will take some time to come to conclusion. Are they moving fast enough, and are they addressing the issues, the problems that and the challenges that were identified this morning with respect to 911 apps? And I think a practical question that I'd put to the app developers here is, what is your take on this? And is this a process that how is it going to influence both what you're doing now and what you're going to do in the future? So, who'd like to lead off? Bernard, you want to take a crack at it?
So there are a couple of additional standards efforts I'd like to point to. Roger mentioned ITF, ECRIT, and GeoPriv. There's also the SIP-Core group, which created the standard for conveyance of location within SIP. That standard is deployed today. It is being used as part of NENA I2, so there are ways to get the location there. Another group of standards which I think is worth keeping an eye on are the WebRTC and RTC web standardization efforts in the IETF. Those have been, they're not absolutely complete yet, but they've had already a large commercial impact. As part of that effort, Skype licensed royalty-free its audio technology, was incorporated into Opus. That is now implemented widely in web browsers as well as in many of the largest mobile applications. We've also seen incorporation of WebRTC-based video very, very widely now. And we've gone from almost nothing to hundreds of millions of mobile users now in a very short period of time. So in terms of media, we have some very recent standards which in particular gives us much better audio and video quality, which is important for the accessibility kind of use cases in particular. And it's also secure by design and is able to traverse NATs and firewalls through use of some of the technology known as ICE, which had not been widely implemented prior to this, but now is very widely implemented. So there's been a quantum leap in terms of mobile application technology based on standards. There are toolkits available that implement this that are very widely incorporated into mobile apps. And if I look at where I think we have a lot of the standards, as I mentioned, but the one area I think that we could improve upon is simplicity. In particular, there are too many ways of doing some things like call transfer in the NENA I3 specs. In the SIP forum, we got those down to a fraction of the total, and that allowed us to get to testability, where we could actually have a test suite. So from a mobile app developer perspective, it's very important that their app can be tested. That means simplifying the standards. It also means simplifying what they see from the PSAP side. So we've seen with the Text Control Center, I think you mentioned that, Tim, where there's really a single interface to the application that dramatically lowers the interoperability barrier because it's very predictable. We've seen in some countries, such as the United Kingdom, that they have a single virtual PSAP. And so, again, the interoperability problems largely disappear. Also makes the location issues easier because you no longer have to figure out where to route that, which PSAP to route to, because there's only very few places of where that call comes in. So those are the two things I would say is try to keep up to date with the technology, particularly what's being used in mobile apps, and second of all, keep it simple and try to avoid technical problems that you don't have to solve.
Penny? And then Trey.
I wanted to just follow up on the earlier discussion this morning as well as our standards discussion. One of the things that makes the discussion more difficult is that we're actually talking about several different things that we're trying to solve, and not every app will need everything. And so I think we'll make more progress if we actually separate which apps need what functionality. When I was listening earlier today, when people say app, my app or somebody else's app, that really wasn't the same thing. They had, the most common thing was that they were on a smartphone, that they had some interaction with emergency services, but they may not have been a PSAP, it could have been a campus or a similar type of enterprise environment. They may have been voice, but maybe not. So there's probably more variety than there's commonality. And so I think one of the lessons that I think Bernard might also attest to is where the IETF has done well is to provide components that can be recycled in unexpected ways, as opposed to simply assuming that we have a master architecture. I think the relatively difficult deployment history of IMS illustrates that you either buy the whole complexity bundle or you buy nothing has not worked out too well. It just takes just a lot longer. So in that spirit, let me just try to see if we can separate out some of the functionality that a subset of apps will actually need to interact sensibly with the existing public safety infrastructure. And so I want to leave aside, to some extent, the private, more private-oriented public safety type of applications that you may have in a theme park or in a maybe a military base or a college campus, where interoperability probably plays somewhat less of a role, at least initially. So there seem to be, from what I can tell, two broad categories, namely one which is probably my way of phrasing it as a sidecar application, in the sense that there is a normal, we all know it, 911 call, but we try to add value, the app tries to add value to that call by providing additional location information, additional media like text, for example, in addition to, say, voice as opposed to a replacement. As might provide caller information, it might provide telematics-related information, crash-related things, and so on. And then there is the second model, and in both cases, I should say, the advantage is that if that fails, you get less information, but you still get the basic 911 call. And the second one is, which I think is more like the WebRTC type of issue, where you're actually trying to place a 911 call through non-traditional means. And we've had experience with that, and I've been somewhat surprised it hasn't come up more frequently through telematics. And we've had, I don't know how long, OnStar and similar services have been around, but it's been, 2 decades now, pretty much. I mean, they predate digital, they predate 2G, from what I understand. So we know how to do these mediated or possibly direct type of models. The European eCall model, I think, is one worth mentioning as well as a telematic standards-based approach that, as far as I understand it, directly tries to reach the PSAP. So let me talk a little bit about the sidecar one for just 1 minute. Namely, there I believe there are real opportunities that might actually help accelerate, and location was mentioned. David, you mentioned it earlier, is we, I believe, might be able to accelerate the delivery of accurate or at least augmented location information quicker than going through the normal handset upgrade, cellular system upgrade process, particularly if it's an addition, so some of the security and spoofing issues are not as dramatic simply because we have, so to say, the certified location as a backdrop. How do we deliver that location to the PSAP in that? That's one. And an important one, which I suspect many apps would like to do, is to provide additional information about the caller to the PSAP, such as any specific medical issues, specific access issues, hazardous material information, and so on that may not necessarily be available in the PSAP. And that, in some cases, does not need to be real time. So I think we need to look at, in both of those cases, what are the data standards, namely what's on the air, and how is it presented to the PSAP. And we only have 4, I believe, mechanisms that I've heard throughout the day as to how we can get data into a PSAP today. We can use the NG interfaces that both of you discussed. And there, I don't think we should have a notion that we wait until we have even widespread deployment of NG. My understanding, and I think we have some CPE vendors at least indirectly represented, is that any CPE that you now buy or upgrade is NG capable. I don't think they sell non-NG capable CPE anymore. It may just end essentially at the PSAP boundary, your NG capability. So how can we get into that NG capability before it actually is used to carry live voice calls? We use the model of either augmented information or replacement. Because it may well be that we can use NG capability to the PSAP even if all the regular voice calls still show up by TDM. They show up on the same CPE so that to the call taker it's exactly like a regular 911 call. They don't know whether it came in through an Ethernet or a voice twisted pair. They don't care. It doesn't matter. They need to know it looks the same, it acts similar, at least they can deal with it. Then we have what was mentioned earlier, kind of interfaces that weren't really meant for delivering augmented data, but could be used for that. And you mentioned the UK, but I don't think you quite referred to that, namely the UK SMS location delivery. Is that what you were referring to?
I was just referring to the primary, secondary
Yep.
architecture.
But one interesting model, which is engineering-wise, it's a kludge. You don't necessarily use SMS as a location delivery mechanism, but it's widely available. It mostly works, and if you use it as a secondary mechanism, as opposed to one you rely on, latency and loss may not, or unreliability may not matter as much. So in some cases, we may simply use text delivery as a text message, and then we only have to worry about the data format, and that's, I think, one of the items where standardization, I think, would be really helpful. So how can we pack useful information into 140 bytes that get delivered reliably so that I know what's the longitude, latitude, and the altitude, how they're expressed, whatever coordinate mechanisms, all the usual nitty-gritty stuff. That's not hard, but like Bernard said, it's really good to have one way as opposed to 5 ways to do that. And then there's ways to do it through ALI data field, which gets even deeper into kludge territory, but might be one way to get data into that. And then there might be ways to have just IP connectivity that's not NG, that delivers at the web browser model in general, or some kind of a AJAX-style API model directly into the PSAP, which I think has significant concerns about essentially reinventing NG one little step at a time. But there may be advantages to doing that. So I think it would help the discussion if, as people discuss what the problems and what might be particularly shorter-term next step, which of those issues are we addressing? Where are gaps, and where could we do things today that are doable technically today, where the issue really is not we don't have standards, we just don't have exposed interface, whether it's kind of a national PSAP interface or whether it's through vendors such as TCS, Entrado, or another type of system service provider type vendors, as to whether they do provide those. And what do we have to do for our ESINets to avoid what I see as the grave danger is that we essentially backtrack to the networking before the internet existed, namely that we have essentially a set of moated islands with alligators around it, which primarily seem to decide to make communication difficult as opposed to facilitating communication. Kind of the old medieval model of communication. You were so afraid of the marauding hordes that you all retreated to the castle. And I think the app model to some extent illustrates that the moated castle model may no longer be sustainable as a security or as a interaction model. And I suspect that also goes to the future task force discussion as well. And I'll leave it at that for now.
Okay. Let's see, Trey and then Tim.
Thanks, David. A couple of things. First, I wanted to touch on things that Roger and Bernard mentioned, because both of you brought up the I3 standard. Bernard, you also brought up I2. We are the great thing about our standards process is it is constantly evolving. I3 V2 is actually very near to the point of finalization. I think it's actually already been out for public comment. Am I right about that, guys? Okay. So that one should be done within the next few months and out as version 2 of that. Version 3 has already been noticed, and that one is going to be a candidate American National Standard from the get-go. So that one's going to be ready to go, the full Monty, once we're done with it. Cycle time on that probably another year. The reason I bring that up is to say, for all of those of you here who have some particular frustration, Bernard wants one way of doing things. Michael probably wants more APIs and interfaces exposed for his app. Same thing for Jeff. we would love to have your input. Please come and get involved. Our site is dev.nena.org. That's how you can get involved in our standards development, and we really, really need the input of the applications developers, more so now. In the past it was kind of okay to have the access network providers, maybe the originating service providers, and sort of the equipment vendors on the 911 system side, but really now we've got to have a much bigger ecosystem involved to make sure that the standards serve all parties and do so well. I particularly appreciated Roger's comments that went beyond media, because I think a lot of times we get wrapped up in NG911 being about the new types of media that we can bring into the 911 center. And the systems really are about so much more than that. Both Bernard and Henning brought up issues related to the location determination protocols and how we move information around. Call transfer is a great example. Translation was another great example. All of these different things are functional aspects of NG911 systems that we need to be able to expose intelligently to the applications community so that they can be sliced, diced, rehashed, restacked up in new ways that better serve the public and better serve the 911 community. So I think that's a key thing to keep in mind. It's not simply about, oh great, WebRTC is coming, now what on earth do we do with that? To Henning's point, the interfaces, we sort of know what those are going to be. It's a matter of how do we start exposing them to the world when we don't have a clear model for even finding out where that exposure would be in a network sense if we're not in a full NG911 environment. So that's the kind of thing that there is room for development work, I think, over the next 2, 3, 5 years. Henning brought up location, and I think that is a great example of bridging the gap between the old and the new, because one of the core problems that we hear from our members all the time is, they come to me and they say, Trey, you just don't understand. You can't understand how awful it is to sit there on the end of the phone helpless because you can't find the person, you can't send them help. And they say that's just the worst feeling in the world. And we've done a lot of work, as everyone here, and as the Admiral mentioned, as everyone knows, a lot of work over the past 2 years, really, with Jeff and the carriers and others, to get to better location accuracy. The challenge largely for us was we have sort of two separate realms today. We have the user plane and the control plane, and never the twain shall meet to some extent. The user plane on a modern smart device knows a lot of things about its location. It may know, it may have GNSS capability, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth beacons. These days there's dead reckoning capabilities with gyroscopes, accelerometers, compass, magnetometers, and even barometers now. So we've got great 3D location information and absolutely no way to ship any of that off to a 911 center. So one of these key things, and one of to Henning's point, one of the key ways that we start to bring the concept of applications into 911 on a regular basis is by working to bring those user plane items that we currently can't benefit from into the 911 systems in admittedly kludgy ways sometimes, but ways that nonetheless I think we've had a lot of clever people putting a lot of thought into that seem to work in some instances. Getting that right, circling all the way back to Roger's point, so that it's consistent every time, regardless of whether we're in an IETF paradigm or an IMS paradigm or a pure 3GPP sort of LTE type paradigm. That's relatively more difficult because now all of a sudden you have vastly different location or network technologies that you have to sort of talk between, and that requires a significant amount of thought and thoughtful work in order to make sure that we interwork between all of those effectively with the existing and evolving 911 systems.
Okay, Tim?
Actually, I'd like to play right off of what Trey was saying, because TCS is very involved in the location technologies. One of the protocols we haven't talked about, probably should have said a little bit more on, is the mobile location protocol defined by the Open Mobile Alliance, which is a wireless standard space. That particular protocol is currently used in entities like the TCC to reach back into the carrier network and get its location information. I think it's an open door for us in this industry to actually bring some of this capability on into the PSAPs as well. So, for example, as we start talking about over-the-top and application providers and think of them as getting their location information from the caller or the consumer, can we view them almost as a network entity of themselves, use MLP as a way to reach back into them, and ultimately get that information conveyed back to the PSAPs? Now, we'll still have the challenge of how to get there, right? Are we going to send it as an alley interface, in which case we've got very limited things which we can do? Or we can go all the way to I3, in which case we can use the PITA-flow and the location objects and all the things that we've really built up and have some really amazing things. And so then the question is there that interim place, whether it be web applications or other kinds of things that allow us to at least provide some stuff interim? And so all I'm saying is I think there is another protocol out there that we all should be exploring together, especially as it applies to the application space.
Okay, and I'm going to, I see other tech cards raised, so I'm going to definitely call on you, but I guess I'd like to drill down a little deeper into this concept of the Kluge solutions, particularly for location, because we started this workshop with the chairman's question about location, and it sounds, from what I'm hearing, like we have a lot of good work that is going on a number of fronts to develop some of these solutions. I think, Bernard, your point about simplicity, particularly on the PSAP side, is critical. And then at the same time, we've had in parallel lots of sometimes very productive sort of retail discussions between PSAPs and app developers. You know, Christy, what you talked about in terms of the importance of, and Stephen, I think you said the same thing, the importance of having kind of ongoing relationship with app developers. That's, you build the trust, and that's where we have seen the successes so far. But somehow we need to, we can't do this with 6,000 app developers talking to 6,000 PSAPs. We'll be here forever. So, and there is an opportunity, if we can figure out an efficient way to have the conversation, maybe to focus in on some of these admittedly kludgy solutions. I keep coming back to text to 911 because we've kind of done some kludgy solutions there. I don't know if the process is the same, but it seems like that's a good thing for this group to think about. How do we focus our attention on that so we can actually make some short-term progress? Now let's see. With that, I'm going to go to Dr. Agarwala and then to Jeff, and then I see this is good. I'm seeing lots of tent cards up, which is what I was hoping to see.
Is the kludgy solution the right next jump? Because I don't want to leave out the potential that the right next jump is to not do the kludgy solution. It's to take advantage of what who described the control plane and the user plane. And right now we've been trying to get apps to sort of figure out how to integrate into the control plane, and I think it's an equivalent, satisfying approach might be to say, look, the control plane that is kludgy today is what it is. Let's not fight the money that's behind the user plane, because that's where the big money is, right? That's where the development is. It's on the devices themselves, and seek to create a future that allows us to reduce that. How do you get it to match up with the control plane? Maybe we should be greatly simplifying that control plane piece and do that out of band from the other work. So I think we definitely want to focus on near term. Is kludgy the right near term? Is more elegant a near term potential, and or both?
And if you solve this problem in the next 20 minutes, you'll get a break. So, Dr. Agarwala.
Thank you. I don't know if I'm ready to address your question of kludgy or not, but what I want to do is to broaden the discussion slightly. That in some sense, on one side are the apps, on the other side is the PSAP. And then we are talking about how these two talk, and that's where the standards and how you hook up and how many steps you go through and what kind of kludges you do and what kind of translations you do, all of that comes up. From the application side, we are becoming more and more aware and capable of delivering relevant information to deliver better emergency services. What do we have to do on the PSAP side? if they're not ready to accept whatever type of standard we define, whatever type of information we supply, they will not be able to make use of it. Now, question comes up. We talk about repeatedly app developers, and yes, every one of my students wants to become app developer and make millions and billions. And I keep telling them my cut is only 10%. But that app part is not sufficient. And we have to start addressing how that information is to be absorbed, made use of, and exploited effectively. Now, in terms of kludgy versus non-kludgy, my impression is that right now, whatever little I've seen of the standards, they are difficult to work with. And whether you talk about SIP and related type of things or other kinds of standards. And that's why in our work, what we did, of course, we were doing on a campus, but with the scalability in mind, what we did was to go to the latest and greatest, I suppose, WebRTC type of things. And within that, yes, there is a control plane and data plane, but much, much easier than other things. Now, I have not personally dug deep into the reasons of why the current pathways are as complex as they are, but clearly going to this new alternative, in my opinion, makes the life much, much, much simpler. I'll stop here.
Okay. Then I'm going to go to Jeff, then Peter, and then John, and we'll work our way down.
I'll make 3 quick points. One to pick up on the discussion we just had, and then to pick up on both the Davids. The first one to say Davids today, right? For both of your points. First, just picking up on the conversation about the standards. Just thought I'd add one thought to put what our work is in context. I mentioned when I spoke in the first panel that APCO approached this much more broadly, all public safety apps, and we decided, or we're thinking internally, all right, where do we start in the app standard process? And we decided for a standard, the one that we chose, because we thought, well, that's the most fundamental one to begin with. Let's focus on 911 because that's the most important and one that obviously APCO is most familiar with. And let's think about a common interface. But it's certainly, and I look forward to completing it, but it's certainly a first step. And there are SDOs are probably a great approach for this, and ANSI is one, APCO is one, ENA is one, and I think and would encourage more of that and feedback from the app developer community about what standards we should approach that aren't already being discussed. Talking a little bit about the kludgy thing, just a couple observations on that. There might be some value in thinking about where do we want to be in 2 years from now, when we know that there might be more development of NG911, et cetera, and just looking forward to putting all focus and effort to when we have a really good platform that can absorb these kind of apps. At the same time, to do a kludgy approach could be helpful because it could be showing us lessons learned, but sometimes APCO thinks, all right, why don't we try to leap a little bit and direct effort 2 or 3 years from now so that hopefully things could intersect at the same time. And lastly, on Dave Firth's point, for what I would describe as trying to seek a larger solution, certainly APCO is a national organization, ENA is a national organization. I don't want to speak too much for you, but obviously our organizations do a lot of efforts in this regard, whether it's this topic or others, to try to bring a more general focus, use the power of our memberships. The work that we just did is not exactly the same thing, but what Trey mentioned, it was mentioned about working with the industry to come up with a solution for indoor location accuracy. Not exactly that, but there are, just occurs to me, there could be opportunities to bring that kind of a group together again. Hackathons are interesting, they're specific, but it gets, in our experience, it gets your public safety practitioners right in there with you. I bet some of the app developers here have probably done some of those. Focus groups is another kind of thing that I know APCO could facilitate, perhaps ENA could too. So that's just some thoughts on these topics. Thanks.
Okay, Peter?
One of the challenges that was touched on earlier, I think in the first panel, was the expectation by the public to their call is going through, that the emergency responders or PSAPs are actually getting that information. And I think, Henning, you touched on this just a moment ago about perhaps there's an interim step that can be hit fairly quickly, a lower bar that could augment public safety, not only in the PSAPs themselves, but directly to the first responders, many of which are carrying mobile devices on themselves or in their cruisers. Being able to share that information not as a replacement to 911, but rather as supplemental information to improve situational awareness and essentially serve as a way for them to share or to receive that information. And of course, it could have accurate geolocation information, photos, videos. But again, we make it clear, at least to our audience and our users, that this is not a replacement for 911. If there is an emergency, call 911 immediately. And then, if it's safe to do so after that, you can share information through VizSafe. So I think it's important for us as app developers to make that very clear to our audience, not to give them any false expectations, but also from a liability perspective to protect ourselves. So I just wanted to point that out, that I think there might be an interim step here for us as developers to help provide supplemental information that can help improve response and hopefully help save lives.
So it would be great if that supplemental information, if there could be agreement between the app developers that have done the most work in this case towards a common widget or a common web part, so that was standard on the PSAP side. Maybe we're looking, if we're saying 911 app, what we really should be focusing on the near term is a widget or a web part that's 911. That app developers in this space can pull upon, and that would be standard. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I think that's an interim step. That's something that's it would be very easy. I mean, all of these are based on web technologies, and I'm sure the other app developers that are out there. So being able to, we're already using standards that are fairly common. So being able to share that information would be fairly straightforward, I would imagine.
We'll go to Stephen, and then Jeff, and then Larry.
I think from the PSAP point of view, it's one of these things where technology moves fast. I mean, probably everybody's familiar with Moore's Law. 10 years ago, Apple didn't have an iPhone and everybody had BlackBerries. Now we could probably go around this room and the guy who has a BlackBerry, we could make him buy us beers afterward, right? Because there's probably one or two people holding it.
Henning's got one, all right.
Right? And so I think that's where, when you get to the kludgy versus the non-kludgy app, is where you get to that is if we wait too long to make it completely perfect, we'll never get there. Mm-hmm. And we're always going to be answering that question of, well, why can't you do this? But the app itself, or whatever we come up with, has to be something that is reliable. So it's, we have to wait and balance those out. And I think that's what's important on the PSAP side is we want to get the technology today that works good. It may not be perfect. It may not give us everything we want, but it gets us to a point where we can say, hey, we're doing this, and we're still working towards this goal. And I think, one of the things that's what apps kind of give us. When I think about, I was just talking to Dana at the break about how I flew out of town this weekend, and I was wanting to use an app on my phone that I don't use often. And I was sitting on the airplane at Reagan, and the door hadn't been closed yet. But so I go to use it, and it says I need to download the update. And so I'm getting ready to get on a 3-hour flight. Needless to say, they didn't update until that night when I got to the hotel or got off the plane. And I think that's what we have to be careful of when we think about these apps today is hey, we want to get as much as we can in that first build. We don't want to wait for the people to go through and start requesting stuff. And it has to be looked at as a non-traditional app development process where, a lot of apps get developed, they get thrown out into Apple, they get certified by Apple, they get certified, Google's a little bit more, the Android market's a little bit different than the Apple market. But, they get built to grab that first bit in, and if enough people use it, that's when they go back, as we all know, to add the features to it. to add additional features that they find, to add the bug fixes. But I think when we're looking at 911, we have to try to get a lot of that stuff in on the first go-round, and then as we go along is add things to it. You know, there needs to be a list of nice-to-haves and have-to-haves.
Jeff.
So I want to actually just go back to something that Henning said. And I do agree that I would say most, if not all, of the call processing equipment today is next generation ready. So it's ready to receive non-traditional data types. But we talk about apps, and if you'll allow me, just allow me to expand the thinking a bit, because there are really three things, I think, that we're talking about here. We're talking about the app vendors themselves who are building apps that can deliver new, different types of data and media to the PSAP, which will be valuable. It will be valuable for situational awareness. It'll be valuable as supplemental information potentially for a traditional 911 call. So that's what the app developers do. In the middle, we have the challenge of transport. The existing legacy 911, the existing network, was never built to consider multimedia. Are there things that we can do in the interim? I think the answer is definitely yes. Henning laid many of them out. I don't necessarily want to use the term kludge. They may be non-optimal, they may be interim, but there are things that we can do. The third thing I'd like to consider is that the PSAPs themselves then have to receive the information. There's got to be an interface. It's got to be delivered in some format that the information can then be consumed, potentially harmonized, presented to the call taker so that it's made immediately actionable. I think we need to consider all of those things. I think that even if it's an interim standard in the area of transport would be a beautiful thing. If we can all decide on how we want to do that, whether it's via a web interface, let's do it. I think the call processing equipment, most of it can handle it. If we can then agree on some sort of a format for receipt of the information and allow it to be processed and displayed, that would help a great deal as well. Lastly, though, when we consider it, I would ask that we consider a series of other things, though. So the question was, do we do it now or do we wait? I think when we think of the three things, we need to consider what's the cost of doing an interim step, what's the reliability in an interim step, and what will be the universality of an interim step. Because as an equipment vendor, I've got 3,800 PSAPs that I have to take care of. It's not in many ways the technology is the simplest of problems.
Yeah, but I don't know that it needs to work in 3,800 PSAPs. It might be that, look, it's going to be in PSAPs and broadband.
Could be.
Because it's value added, because we're not relying on this. We're going to continue to maintain and preserve the bulletproof public safety grade, what we worked so hard to build, to constrain a backwards compatibility
Point taken.
On all the new functionality that we're building, I think is too great a cost to the innovation side of what we're wanting to achieve. And it may be that there's a little bit of both, that we've got an innovation, go right to broadband, while but we can still add value more universally with an app initiative focused on backwards compatibility.
And I do agree, Admiral. You're absolutely right. Thank you. Depending upon what our decisions are related to the connectivity, the transport, and also the data format. In fact, it could be available to all 3,800. The decisions that we make will impact to how many it will be available. Your point is right on the mark. Thank you.
I'm going to go to Larry, and then Roger, and then Henning, and then we'll take a break. So,
sure.
Larry.
One thing I want to say is a nice word for kludge is bridge. I think that we'll probably always be in bridging mode. As Stephen said, technological life cycles they're very fast, and new tech is coming out every decade or so. Software development approaches are changing as well. We're starting to see our customers prefer RESTful apps or RESTful APIs and WebRTC, where the next-gen specs are XML and SIP. But we've got to remember that those specs are a quantum step above what we have available now and what we're delivering now. So we do need to draw a line in the sand and kind of work toward that spec. And if the bridge is the way to do that, we should do that and realize that we'll always be bridging because technology is always changing.
Roger?
I want to go back to the history of delivering 911 calls. At first, it was wireline, and it came down a single path. All there was voice. When wireless came along, it couldn't fit the location data that was required with wireless, even though it was just a cell tower, down that single pipe. So there was an out-of-band path established. And that's what we have today with E911. We ship a couple different types of location down that path. It's phase 1 and phase 2. Now we see with text to 911, we've got a few different ways to deliver it. And one of these is perhaps a kludge, but it's really another out-of-band path. And it represents a rich data path. And so I think the reason that it may be perceived as a kludge is only because it hasn't yet been integrated into the CPE. If it were integrated through a RESTful API or something like that, then I think it would basically be viewed as E911 is viewed today, as acceptable and normal.
Yeah, that's a great point. And I think, if CAD systems today could as easily bring up a virtual machine or a virtual desktop interface as can other common operating systems, this would be a lot easier.
Yes, I agree with you, Admiral.
Henning?
I just wanted to throw out one, following up an earlier conversation, a thought experiment, because, again, coming back to the location topic that keeps reappearing as a short-term opportunity. Like a number of people have pointed out, that's where we can add value fairly easily and maybe bridge the gap between what we want eventually and what we can do today in that. If it were possible, it seems like, that there was an app that I could download that would essentially provide backup alley information. I would not know as a consumer that's what it would do. That if there is no other information available, it would suitably deliver that through the same old channels, new channels. It doesn't matter for the app provider. They would use, for example, Held or some of our modern technology to drop that off, and it would increase in those cases where we're otherwise in that awful situation that you mentioned, that was mentioned earlier, where we know there's an emergency, we just don't know how to get there. That might be one way I think we can strive for collectively to see how can app developers easily inject that additional location information into the system. I wanted to just however, bring up one additional kind of caveat. I mean, nothing is more permanent than a temporary solution because it's just good enough to basically keep you from doing things, and you mentioned that. Yeah, I mean, it applies, I think, in the number one space. I think at some point somebody probably thought comma trunks would be a temporary solution because they were available and easy to use and you could order them from your phone company, not realizing that that would be our quote, temporary solution for the next generation, so human generation. The final piece that I don't think I've heard as a service that I think would be quite helpful is an augmented authentication of callers. Particularly as we have additional ways to get into the 911 system. As you know, NSIs, non-service initialized phones, have been a long-term problem that we have changed our, I think, collective opinion more or less as to the relative trade-off between accessibility of 911 versus the abuse of it. And currently, as a standalone or an augmentation service, having more information about the caller that can be then added on to either traditional or non-traditional calls, I think would be an extremely valuable service. Because my concern is that even if we were to decide that NSI is no longer a good trade-off, given that all you have to do is walk to your local Walgreens or CVS, put a bit of cash on the counter, and you have a non-traceable phone number after you pick up a plastic card off the rack, is we will probably wish for stronger authentication than we traditionally have had through a phone number as well. And again, this seems like an opportunity that might be worth exploring, that might actually add value to 911 and prevent some of the swatting and other things where we may get into a mode where calls that seem a little implausible may just not get answered because the likelihood is it's a fake call, but we don't want to miss the one real one in that, and we need strong authentication for that.
That's a great point. And to put that in context, Henning, there are some PSAPs that report up to 50% of their calls are fraudulent calls. And if a percentage of that 50% are resulting in a dispatch that didn't need to happen, that translates into huge savings for communities. So we shouldn't look at just optimizing around lowering costs for PSAPs. We're probably wanting to look at lowering costs of the end-to-end response.
John, I think I passed you over before. And I also see Christy. And so if you guys would like to go before we break.
Just had his
no. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. So many tents up. If you've already spoken, put your tent card down. But if you you still want to speak, okay. Let's go to John and then Jeff and then Christy.
Okay, thank you. As long as it doesn't penalize me for going before the break, that people don't hold me against the break or something. So, Admiral, you were mentioning about is a kludgy solution the right way or not way to go, and I think it really depends on what we look at with that. I think text is a really good example of where we might call it a kludgy solution, that if we had not done the kludgy solution, we would still be waiting years for the real solution to come. Mm-hmm. I think with each one of them, we have to look and say, and very much what Jeff was saying, what are the benefits? What are the costs of doing that solution now? What are the risks? And what are the benefits for getting that early solution now? I look at it, we don't want to let that perfect get in the way of good enough. But we also don't want to have the perfect kind of kill us. I mean, or good enough kill us on a bad solution early on. If we have a kludgy type solution that we can do, or I'd rather change that name from kludgy to interim solution. If we've
got bridge, we've got interim. You know, I think bridge will work.
Bridge. Get away from the kludge piece because it's kludgy. You know, you can do SMS now in the TCC. You can't yet do MMS. And so there really is a different choice. Kludgy. We could have brought a much richer text directly into PSAPs today had we said we're going to organize it around the text functionality in the phone and not work to make it backwards compatible into existing CAD, into existing switching, and to have that be disconnected from how we do location today.
The nice part is us doing it today, getting it done earlier with this kludgy interim bridge solution that we're doing, is it created a foundation for the future. Those PSAPs are now deploying. I mean, even though we did the most of the kludgiest, the TTY solution to it, it drove the PSAPs to start adopting today. We're seeing a large number of PSAPs adopting the text today, doing it now.
The culture on-ramp within a PSAP is much easier.
Yeah, and if we had not waited, if we waited for MMES to come out, the PSAPs would not have started till that day the MMES would come out. So now we are created a foundation with the Kludgy solution that now prevents a way of the future solution to ride on that, and allows us to much rapidly deploy it. Otherwise, we tend to always wait for it to occur, and it never really happens. IMS was kind of that way. For a long time, we were waiting for it. Maybe we would say ISDN. We're always kind of waiting for it to happen, and never really got there. As we see the apps that are out there, a lot of the apps, they have, as it was mentioned by Trey, and I think maybe the Davids and others, that these apps out there have location information that we want to get to 911 and we can't. They have the interface; they're able to get to it. We have no way right now to get it to 911, but we have standards that are already in place that are used. We have Supple that goes from the network to a client on a phone and works with getting location. It could interface using that existing protocol. You could interface that to get location off the handsets through an app to bring that location out. We've got all the difficulties of commercial privacy settings on the phone where people can turn it off, but that's part of the Kludgy part. It's not perfect, but it gets us started. That might be a really great place for us to be able to do that. That pulls the location. They know the commercial location. Starbucks knows where you are because the person allows it, and Starbucks app is looking for it before you pull up the app necessarily. So it has the location quicker, unlike 911 where we have to wait until we make the call. So it really could allow us to do some things a lot quicker. One other really minor point is prepaid. I hate seeing the fact that prepaid, we don't know who the names are of people. So that's always, as we see in other countries, that may be more of a challenge. We get rid of NSI and we just have sold NSI phones now.
That'll be a subject for a future workshop.
Yeah. I'll get myself in trouble on that one.
Thank you. I'll try to keep it short and quick since we're going to take a break here. The thought is more as we're thinking about standards and how to create standards. Obviously, from a principles perspective, we want to keep it as simple as we can and as flexible as we can. I think the other thing we want to do is try not to fall into the trap of just trying to do the current thing better. Think about what the enabling capabilities are of the new technologies. A little bit like Henning, talked about how we could use it for verifying the user in some way or the caller. We're thinking a lot about it through the lens of it's the app sending data to the 911. Why not also the other way back, right? So you could have a group situation where you now know locations of all of the people in the near vicinity, being able to leverage them for additional information and or to notify them, of a difficult safety information or situation. We live in a 911 world where it's all real time, right? So the call comes in, you've got to process it, or if nobody's available, you wait, right? Is there an asynchronous, type of an approach that could be used here as well? So I just encourage us to take a little bit of a step back and think about how the technology enables, paradigm, changes in the way that we currently do things.
That's a great point. I visited the PSAP in Jefferson Parish, Louisiana, and they had implemented text to 911 for a couple of months by the time I visited. And that asynchronous quality was already huge, a huge value in that PSAP. If callers to 911, that's always a shock to them when the operator says, "Okay, I'm going to hang up now." What? The help's not here yet. That feedback loop is a really valuable thing to think about. And in the case of text to 911, they don't close the text session. So that person who's calling using text has that sense that they're
still there,
still connected. So that does have huge value.
Christy.
So, as I listen to all the talk on the interim solutions and the permanent solutions, the red flag that keeps coming up in my mind is, guys, no matter how great it is, back in the PSAP world, cost is a big deal to us. And so in next gen in general, funding is one of our largest challenges, and we haven't figured that out yet. So I assure you, we have no piles on the table for deploying apps or getting apps into our centers. So I just caution you that the greatest technology, if you're putting a fee on the PSAP and there's 27 of you, we just can't handle that kind of cost burden, whether it's from the app developers or even our current industry partners. So I challenge you to work with that cost metrics. But the other thing is the accuracy. Sitting in the telecommunicator seat, they need to know that any supplemental information that you guys are providing to us to bridge the gap, that there's some level of accuracy. And if it doesn't work, what fallbacks do you have? What are your fail-safes? And once those don't work, how can we work with you with trouble resolution? With our current vendors, we have very, very defined processes for trouble resolution, and we're going to need, and I know you guys aren't all 24/7 businesses, but we are, so when you think of trouble resolution, you're going to need a center that can help us at 3 o'clock in the morning as well as 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay, let's take a break until 3:05. We actually started about 10 minutes late, so I'm hoping we can go, if folks here will indulge us, till about 20 till 4, quarter of 4. When we come back, I'd like to talk about a couple of other issues that were raised this morning. One is the notion of rating or certifying apps, and the other is regarding educating consumers and how we make sure that consumers are, whatever it is that happens with this process, that consumers are well informed and well educated about what their choices are. Thank you. We'll be back in 3:05. if we could get everybody back to the, so we can resume, thanks. No, they'll come.
Do you want like a timer or anything? I'm looking at my phone, but I guess we're not
I'm looking at the clock. Yeah, so.
Hope I wasn't putting you on the spot there.
No, anytime.
Okay, welcome back for the home stretch. And as I said, I'd like to start off this part of the discussion with the topic of the certification or rating of apps, and which ties in, I think, to the larger theme of trust, both on the PSAP side and on the consumer side, in terms of whether, how do we make sure that when somebody puts an app out there, that is going to provide public safety functionality, that it's going to deliver what it promises. And for consumers like me and for many PSAPs who don't want to be deluged with lots and lots of PowerPoint presentations from individual app developers, is there a way in which we can make this more systematic? And what are the criteria that should be part of such a system if we were to put one into place, and how should it be administered? I think what I'd like to do is start with Jeff and with Trey and ask from the PSAP perspective what you would be looking for, and then flip it and take it to the technology providers and the app developers at the table. So,
as you outline your points, I'd be interested in is rating the same as certification, or are those really two separate functions? Yeah.
Well, thanks. So I can tell you that from our efforts dating a little over 2 years about creating this website to foster collaboration, it's been a struggle for us to figure out. We know we want to get to a point where we could put a kind of good housekeeping seal or something to indicate for our members, PSAPs, and the general public that this is an app that works operationally, is effective from a response perspective. But then there's so many other pieces to it. Is it secure? Is the interface, and a lot of things we've been talking about, right? Is it? And I think Trey made some great points this morning about it has to give a similar experience. It has to be easy to the consumer. So a couple of just points is first, ratings. Ratings are hard because, do you want consumers rating the apps? And it's not really, we're not talking about games here or to be extreme. From whom should the ratings come?
Who gets to vote?
Who gets to vote? And so that's been a difficulty for us. And then certification is different. And the problem with trying to come up with a certification or a good housekeeping seal, something softer, consumer report style, is a lot of it is apples and oranges. I mean, what Henning was talking about the sidecar apps, and how do you compare different apps that do very different things? So I'm more raising issues and not giving you answers, but to tell you that it has been a tough issue for APCO to think through. We're still trying to come up with the right way. We started and we continue on security. That was something that we thought was paramount, and we've done some work, as I mentioned, with Department of Commerce, but that seemed like a good starting point. And figuring out what security mechanisms should be in place, and maybe that's a starting point.
Trey?
So we've thought about this problem from a couple of different directions. On the one hand, you have sort of the normative approach to this from the standpoint of setting and sort of market enforcing standards. For example, we have the next generation security standard NGSec that's out. That's very well aligned with the NIST cybersecurity framework, as an example. I'm actually able to announce, I got clearance over the break, our technical and operations development groups have been working for a while to put together a concept for an industry collaboration event. We call these ICE events, that will be focused explicitly on applications. So we'll be having, hopefully in the very near future, an ICE event devoted just to applications and their interaction with NG911 systems, and maybe even through some gateway work with legacy E911 systems. And so that's sort of the normative approach. You can sort of say to people, look, this is the right way that this should be done. We've even had some conversations with primarily Apple in terms of whether apps that are allowed into the App Store are operable. In other words, does this pass the smell test? Is this something that you can actually do given the limitations of today's 911 systems? And if not, then does it make sense to offer that potentially unsafe application to your buyers?
In that regard, should there be a threshold before you can use the 911 name? Can you begin to be Joe Schmo? I worked yesterday, made an app in my garage, and start to sell it for $2 an app?
Yeah, that's actually something that long predates the app question. Is, to what extent can you slap the name 911 on your product and go off and sell it to folks? We've seen this with this sort of prototypical I've fallen and I can't get up gadget. These kinds of things for years have been putting 911 approved or 911 certified. No such thing exists, of course, but that hasn't stopped people marketing it that way. We certainly think there probably ought to be some ways around to do it. In terms of the legal framework for doing that, I think that's a little bit underdeveloped. Maybe that's an area we can put some thought into. The other piece of this, to Jeff's point previously, is longer term. It probably makes sense that we have some sort of public safety consensus program under which applications can be reviewed, approved, certified, get the good housekeeping seal. The challenge there, to Jeff's point earlier as well, is existing processes for doing things like that are not well aligned to the needs of the public safety community. They typically are well aligned to commercial apps where the risk and impact are both low. Whereas in the public safety realm, risk and potential impact of any failure in those regards is very high.
And there's an implied enduring obligation, right? So it's not just getting the app certified, it's the enduring obligation to make sure that it continues to be resilient, reliable, all those
because for most app providers, it's not just an app. It's an app and a platform, and it's actually the platform where most of the intelligence and the value lies. And so securing that platform in a way that's appropriate for public safety is a much more difficult part. Now, there do exist good organizations, commercial organizations, that are capable of reviewing apps and saying, these meet certain requirements, whether it's PCI or FIPS 140-2 or even NGSec potentially. Whether you go to an app authority or a CryptoWire and you say, look, we've got some set of standards that we need apps to be reviewed under before they get stamped, that's a potential thing. But as APCO noted in their white paper, that is also very expensive. And not a lot of app providers, especially startup app providers, are necessarily willing or even able to endure that kind of a process before they go on sale or before they attract, seed round financing, for example. So those are kind of the two sides of the challenge. One is the normative side, and one is the testing and certification side. After you've sort of established and enforced to the best of the community's ability those consensus standards.
I think I saw Bernard and Henning's cards go up first, and then a whole bunch of cards came up over here. So let's start. Bernard, we'll go to you, then to Henning, and then we'll come back up this way.
Okay.
Yep, okay.
Yeah, I've actually had the unfortunate circumstance of promising a series of certification programs in real-time media, and then failing and almost getting fired for not delivering. So let me tell you a little bit about my experience, which hopefully you won't repeat. Before certifying something, you have to be able to test it. And because of all the reasons of continuance, automated testing is a lot better, because you can, every time you rev the app or whatever, you can go and run it through those tests and make sure that it's still compliant. And one of the difficulties, particularly with something as complex as Next Generation 911, is coming up with all the test cases you need to really verify that full range of behavior. And if you're looking at all the modes that you could conceivably support in Next Gen 911, that is a very, very big task. And I can say pretty much definitively that it's probably beyond the budget of any one industry association, and maybe a bunch of them put together. The association that I was the chair of was the UCI Forum, mostly focused on video, but even getting all the video modes, and we just started at the bitstream level with H.264, got that done, but it turned out we had to also do transport and had to do the SDP, and that wasn't even touching the voice aspects of it. So very, very expensive, very complicated. There are test suites in certain areas, like we did a SIP over V6 test suite, and we're able to finish that one. But if you're looking at everything you need to do for Next Gen 911, it's a very big task, and I think you're conservatively talking about millions of dollars to get that done, which is more than most industry associations have in their budget. Let me go on to the
on the certification point. It strikes me that there's technical certification, which has the cost that you really talked about. And if you're going to do it right, it's non-trivial. But then there's equally valid example of certification, which would be commitment to a set of obligations.
Right.
And that's something that we do more of.
Right.
Where you're certifying that your company is committed to the following obligations associated with 911.
Yeah. So I guess you're using the word not in the same sense as a certification mark and a registration and all of that stuff, which I would mention is a whole other side, having investigated that from the point of view of an association. The legal cost of getting the marks registered, the liability is also a whole other avenue of cost. So given all that somewhat pessimistic talk, what do I think is actually doable? If you winnow down the functionality to something like an incremental location thing, you've also dramatically winnowed down the tests you need to do, right? If all I need to do is to say, is this a valid PITA flow or something, that's something that kind of test can be produced. And then, if we don't use the legal word certification and certification marks, just pass this set of tests, that's probably something that can be done. So that's another reason why I stress simplification, because particularly when you're doing test suites, simplification is absolutely required, or you just end up with an insane number of test cases, in the thousands probably.
Danny?
Yeah. Just follow up on that. Two quick observations. Namely, first, I think it's a lot easier to discover bad applications than it is to discover good ones. So if the model is we want to do something which I would see as closer to kind of the underwriter's laboratory. I mean, that doesn't certify that your dishwasher keeps the dishes clean, but presumably that you don't get electrocuted when you pull them out of a dishwasher. And so we might be able to do something closer to that, as in it does no harm, as opposed to it actually is functional, scalable, because you have, as a number of people have pointed out, not just the classical app model, does it do something when you test in the lab, but is the back-end system, has it operational practices that actually ensure 24/7 availability, and we know that even companies that are in this business professionally are not always able to meet that obligation. The second piece is one, and it has come up, is the ICE one, where that is a little bit of what you said in terms of a process commitment. Namely, I think there is a higher confidence if you have organizations, companies, whatever, that are known to participate actively in interoperability events, for example, and that have a history of actually making changes. Because one of the other lessons that we learned was, that I think at least we learned in the SIP space, was that even when everything was perfectly documented and you found out that the behavior that was exhibited by a certain company's product was clearly outside of the bounds, so the whose fault it was no longer a debate. You still had that certain companies, because of a software release cycles or because they just didn't see the need of it, took years, in some cases stretching to infinity, as in it's still not fixed, to actually fix that problem. And what that then engenders, if that particular participant in the market has sufficient market power, that everybody else is forced to work around the bugs that they introduce. And while everybody agrees that's not the right way to do things, certain early SIP headers, for example, for call transfer, just to take one well-known example, have stuck around forever because a certain large company decided it wasn't worth the hassle to not do it. And so if we can come up with a set of principles, and I think the APCO ones are a step in that direction, is you can be a good 911 app ecosystem participant if you do these things. Participant in interoperability events. Don't promise more than you're actually delivering. Withdraw apps if you can no longer support them. Don't turn undergraduate student projects into something that is a 911. Put a 911 app on the Google App Store, which you can probably do. Make sure that you have a side channel back to the developers. If you are found not to be conforming to standard, don't find excuse it. Just go fix it and do it within just like my kind of responsible disclosure mode. You basically get 30 days before we call you out type of thing for security faults, which seem to have done, at least in most cases, wonders for people to actually put resources on fixing bugs. So I think there are ways to do that stop short of putting an ISO certification onto an app, which I think is, like Baron said, a tall order.
Steve, and then we'll work our way up here.
One of the things we really have, I know we're talking about the app, but one of the things I think we have to look at as well when we talk about standards is standards for 911 centers themselves. I mean, there's over 6,000 PSAPs in the U.S., and although there's the NENA I3 standard, they don't have to follow that. And they may not be working with the likes of Airbus for their phone systems. They may be working with a smaller vendor who may not be familiar with the I3, or they may not do it that way. But they still accept those 911 calls. And then when the app comes out, we're saying, hey, the app needs to work on an I3 network. Well, then I can't use it in this city because they don't have it. And I think that's where, from a broader picture, we have to look at as well, is coming up with some standards for 911 that they're not necessarily, and all the people here probably be upset when I say it, but it's not necessarily from the NENAs. It is from the FCC, right? And it is that legislative arm there that says, hey, this is what we think's best to do, and this is how we think it's best to do it. You know, coming from events like this and talking to industry experts, and then applying those standards, and then also making sure the funding's available to those agencies to do it. And it may come down to consolidation of PSAPs, to where you have PSAPs that have one or two call takers that work in it and dispatchers, that maybe that's not the most efficient way to do things. And then that's how you can leverage on the back end of having an app that works everywhere. Because the only way you ever get to that is if you have everybody on the same platform from the 911 PSAP standpoint, I think.
Yeah, and the task force that we have on PSAP architecture is examining that exact point. And kind of the converse is, if we get to a really good PSAP virtual platform, the ability to extend that platform into much smaller jurisdictions then enables a 1-2 station PSAP to have a much more professional presentation of capabilities. So we probably don't want to spend too much time here repeating, or not repeating, but redoing the work of the TFOPA, the Task Force on PSAP Architecture, but where that intersects with the application discussion here. Great point.
Let's see, Christy?
So my comments are centered around the certification, and I have 2 points. And number one is the testing portion. Certainly, we need to get the obligations and the checklist taken care of, but actual testing, I can't tell you how often we get a product, we implement it, and during implementation, this doesn't work and that doesn't work, and we say, but haven't you tested it? Well, yeah, but not in your environment. So we need to make sure that we have a next-gen testing environment, a lab environment that apps could be tested through, as well as legacy, because we do have 2 very distinct environments in the 911 industry today. And the other thing about certification is it has to be one. We as a PSAP, we can't count on APCOs or NINAs or the FCCs or this group or that groups. You guys are all going to have to collaborate. I mean, just like we've done on other things, we need one source for certification. We don't want the app developers shopping around, and we just need to know we trust this one group, this collaborative effort, that they've done everything that's needed to give us the peace of mind that it's going to work. So I just really want to encourage the continued collaboration, and thank you for this opportunity to bring everybody together today, and hope that that collaboration continues for certification.
Peter?
Thank you. Just a couple of quick things. One is about liability we talked about earlier. With respect to the certification process, one thing to consider, whatever the body is that ends up doing this, is about the liability to the app developers themselves, the companies. You guys might be familiar with the DHS Safety Act that was implemented after 9/11, because the concern by technology vendors was the liability to them. If there was a terrorist incident, and could they be sued? Could they be held liable for their technology perhaps failing? So that's a big risk that app developers or any vendor will take. So something to consider in the certification process is maybe an exemption, much like the Safety Act designation for approved technologies did or does. And that's one thing I wanted to point out. And essentially, I think on the certification side as well, to Bernard's point, keeping it simple for now is a really good idea. There's really only a little bit of information that could enhance 911 right now, or enhance is probably the wrong word, but augment. And one of those things, of course, is location metadata, photos, video. If there's standards that could be adopted that we're probably already using, like HTML5 compatible streams, JPEG images, things like that we're probably already complying with. Just keep it really simple for starters, and that's a way to ingest that content into the PSAPs at a pretty low bar to make implementation somewhat easier, and it's sort of a gradual process that would be fairly low risk, I would imagine, if it's done correctly. So that's.
Do you think there's a willingness among the current app providers in this space to pull together that pretty simple commitment around a couple of core points?
I think so, and to your point earlier at the break, Admiral, the idea of having some sort of widget or these standard parameters that app providers, if they had, if they could basically through an API, provide that information, that would be a really simple way to do it. I think any developer is going to want to make sure that their product is approved or certified through this process. So then the PSAPs and other users, it takes all the risk out of it for them. It takes all the noise out of it for them because they don't have the resources or the bandwidth to deal with evaluating these products and determining which ones are, work and so on. I think it has to be more though than just does it meet requirements. I think there does have to be some testing involved. Trey, real quick, you mentioned Apple. Getting an app in the App Store is a lot harder than Google Play because the barrier to entry is a lot higher. And I think there's a risk there. There's a lot of apps on Google Play that may not work properly because they're not going through that evaluation process. So there has to be some sort of evaluation process to ensure that the thing actually works as advertised.
Yeah, so the larger discussion is probably worth sharing because it goes to what we've danced around a bit here, in that the who pays is important, right? Who pays for innovation? And if we go to the extreme of saying PSAPs can't pay, so we should look at a business model that has this free to the PSAPs. Well, then who pays? And what has been successful in much of the internet ecosystem is that, the app providers themselves pay. They commit, they capitalize innovation. But to do that, we have to recognize their business interests. And so we talked a little bit at the break about if we could, among the 911 app sector, commit to a standard widget in the middle of their products and say, look, for that part is going to work all the time, every time with all the PSAPs, and you're going to commit to that being open source. But then you're free around that to work your business model so that when you use the 911 piece, it's free to the PSAPs. But if you then want to engage in your customer demographic, whether they're campuses or hotels or consumers that might want to get ads around other safety issues they have, then that we would free up the ability to confidently use the 911 widget in the middle while giving you the opportunity to make money around the periphery of that.
Yeah, it's a great idea, and it's not unlike what the FCC has done for carriers, which probably should be part of this discussion too, but probably not enough time. But having a requirement that they have to meet, so to have guaranteed service for 911, not unlike this perhaps. But that's a great idea.
Thanks.
Tim?
I guess hitting on the free topic a little bit, the issue of what we try to do, for example, with Text to 911, where the interim interface for web was offered at no charge to the carriers in order to encourage, at no charge to the PSAPs, to encourage the PSAPs to provide the capability, to get the capabilities, and ultimately see the benefits of text and ultimately see the benefits of NextGen. I mean, that was part of the issue. And then, of course, that was done, though. To your point, Admiral, somebody has to pay, and in that situation, the carriers paid for it. Unfortunately, those kind of models sometimes also end up causing limitations. So there's a willingness to pay for so much, but we still only have really coarse location for text, and so how far do we go to the next stage? So finding the right model and the right balance, really, really important on the app side. And that's why I think some of the things that I'd heard today were very encouraging, where it wasn't just a 911 app. It was more about a broader application that had multiple capabilities that probably were funding the opportunity. And then, oh, by the way, this also could provide you access to public safety or to 911 or provide value-added services to 911. I think that's a really, really good play. And then the second thing, I know liability came up. There was the Net 911 Act a while back that effectively addressed the same problem we had with voice over IP, where the voice over IP carriers were effectively expected to provide certain capabilities, but did not act as if they were wireless or wireline carriers, and therefore did not have the same kind of protections that wireless and wireline carriers had with regards to liability issues. And so Net 911 helped cover that, and I believe, and Trey may know better because I saw him shaking his head, I believe it also extended to other improvements to the 911 infrastructure that involve IP. So therefore, many of the apps might be able to benefit from the liability characteristics of that particular act. So I encourage you to look that direction.
Very true. It's linked to my presentation.
Awesome. Very good.
I think the one thing with the liability, though, from the PSAP standpoint is the carriers and the VoIP providers, they never end up in the news first. And I think that's from the PSAP where you talk about the liability, is there has to be some protection to the PSAP as well of, hey, if a problem happens because I use this app and it didn't work right, there has to be some form of that company stepping forward from the get-go and saying, hey, well, this is why it didn't work, and whatever that is, because that's the hard part for us, is because if somebody calls 911 today and their call gets routed to another county and something happens to that person, the first stop's the 911 center. Well, why don't you have those calls routed correctly? Well, it's a carrier issue. We've worked with them, blah, 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 but that gets lost in translation. So that's where I think when you talk about certification of these products and liability, where the PSAPs need to be involved in that as well to some extent. And if that's sitting on a board panel, working together in collaboration like this, and part of that collaboration part, I think that's very important that the PSAPs be involved in that.
It sounds like that's good homework for the commission to take on, would be to look at the clarity of risk responsibility in this space.
We're just about out of time, but I want to just touch on one very important last issue before we break, and that is the issue of educating consumers. And I want to put it in this context. What we've talked about today makes several things clear. We don't know exactly how long this transition to the world that we all want to get to is going to take, but we do know that it is going to take some time and that it's not going to be uniform. And so one of the things that we have to match is the universality of apps. The wonderful thing about apps is it seems like they work everywhere. When you put an app in your smartphone,
these guys work hard at that.
Yeah, that's right.
It's not easy, right?
That's one of the great things about them. And of course, what we know, the reality is that even as this transition takes place, perhaps even as some PSAPs start to take up apps and adopt them and incorporate them into their systems, into their operations, it's not going to be uniform from the consumer side. I could travel to New York with an app, and maybe it works in Washington, but it doesn't work in New York, or maybe not all the functions work in New York. Maybe there's still a transition. So we have a very complicated task ahead of us to inform consumers about what this transition is, what's available, what's not, and to really match expectations to reality. It's an ongoing challenge. And I'd just like to ask for thoughts on how do we collectively fashion that message, both perhaps within the apps themselves in terms of what information is provided to consumers when they're looking at an app, and also around the apps and more generally in the conversation about 911. So I think Christy, I'd like to start with you if I could, and then just go around the room and see if we've got some other thoughts on that. And then from there, I think we have many other questions on the table that we'll have to continue after today.
I have a long-standing commitment to the Public Education Committee and NENA, and we've had the opportunity to work with the VoIP providers and the wireless providers, and it's that delicate balance because we know, as with the app providers, that you have a business case that you have to work with, and some of the things that we would like to put out as a consumer alert or warning you would never agree to. And so we have to, again, collaborate and work together. But the important thing is that a consumer is not confused by all of this supplemental information that we're providing to them. They need to be able to easily choose an app, and they need to know that their service will be enhanced and that they will be no worse off if they didn't have an app and just dialed 911. So I think we're going to have to focus on limitations and some of the basics that, location is still an issue and you may have to verify it, although we're working to make sure it's good, going back to accuracy, put some responsibility back on the consumer. We're going to do the best we can, but you may need to verify your location. So I just think there are so many differences with the different apps. Broken record. We're going to need to collaborate to come up with that one consistent message, but it is vital that we do that because otherwise the consumers, they don't have good information and they don't have the ability to vet things like we've been talking about through certification. So we have to provide a consistent public education or public awareness
It sounds
message.
like this really needs to be layered. Certainly there's the external, the push information, training of consumers. but then, like in text 911, the bounce back order that says no, that you actually get something that said you can't text in this jurisdiction, make the phone call.
That's a perfect example because the 4 carriers did sit down virtually and in person in the same room at the same time with a group of public educators, and we pitched, here's a message, and they said, well, we have attorneys, and so it has to be this. And we said, well, we have deaf individuals, and we have this group, and we have this group, and you need to include this. And it took us a half a day of really back and forth for a 1-sentence bounce back. But together, we finally came up with something that we all felt like would work, and then they were able to take it back to the attorneys, and that did work. So excellent.
Yeah, so in this case, it might be your augmented information did not go through, but your voice call is continuing.
Yes, the disclaimer, right.
Yeah.
Tim?
Actually, that's exactly what I was going to talk about is text to 911 as some examples. So 2 of them. One of them you just hit, which was bounce back, some sort of mechanism. We obviously tried it out, so lessons learned. It sounds like it worked for the most part. Can we apply that? The second one is, and maybe it's not as good a lesson, but it's certainly something we should ingest, is also with text to 911. When jurisdictions started deploying, they had press releases, they had announcements to the populace, et cetera, et cetera. Did those work? Or were they effective? I mean, I think we have a real-life story that we've just gone through specifically for 911 augmentation kind of capability. Let's ingest what we can from what we learned from that, and then see if we can't improve or at least repeat what went well.
Yeah.
One of the biggest parts of that with texting was focus groups, and I think you mentioned that earlier. We can all say we think this is the right message or we think that was the right message. As public educators, we were shocked at some of the focus groups, and they really changed our message. So we want to make sure that it's not just what we collaboratively think, but that we're reaching out to those teenagers and the audience who are going to use it.
Okay, Trey?
So I want to go back to something that I said this morning, that for many app developers, at sort of the bleeding edge of apps interfacing with 911, and that is that for a while, at least, the failure mode will be the dominant mode. And so one of the things that's important is to understand what your failure modes are and what the effects of those various modes are on the behavior of not just your app, but also whatever sort of bailout procedures, whatever exception handling procedures you've put in place. So one of those might be, look, if I can't establish a voice over IP connection from within my app, then I bail out and call the native dialer. On devices that have native dialers. Now, that's not always the case. So, sometimes you may have to just give a pop-up message and say, use a telephone, not an iPad. But these are the kinds of the kinds of things that we've never had to deal with before that will come up. The other thing is, I think very quickly, and this is maybe homework on our association and industry side of the table here. One piece of this that I think can be very powerful is location intelligence. Knowing where the device is early on and whether there are advanced capabilities of the PSAP or not may change your decisions about how to handle the call in the first instance. Maybe you could handle it, in fact, natively as a VoIP call, but maybe that's a bad idea because it doesn't get you anything new once you get to the PSAP because of some limitation in that locality. Coming up with the ability to geofence capabilities of the 911 centers, I think, is a critical sort of thing. We've got to have some sort of, call it extensible location capability protocol or something so that we can discover what the PSAPs have in a way that allows us to make smart decisions about how apps operate. All of that, that's sort of a technology solution to it. The other part of it is we've got to have that user layer of, look, there are going to be times when this doesn't work. Through no fault of anybody's. It's just there are going to be times when that happens, and if it does, what do we fall back to? Dial 911. And I think that was one of the things that made text so successful was in the bounce back message, we were very explicit about how that would be formatted and what it would say. Text to 911 is not available right now. Please make a voice 911 call. And that, by all accounts, has been a very successful method of educating the public through those bounce backs. And the same sort of thing can certainly be applicable, I think, in the app space with sort of pop-up notifications.
And hopefully we'll scale faster.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to give the two Jeffs the last word. First Jeff Cohen and then Jeff Grass.
Okay, thanks, and I'll be really brief. The only point I was going to make was we were trying to get a public education with that one-page fact sheet that we put out, and picking up on what Christy said, may not be that everyone at this table is thrilled with what's in there, but we had a bigger audience in mind. Obviously, you've probably all seen stuff that's out there that just we would never want anyone to even think to use. So and I'd welcome feedback. Maybe there's a vehicle we can work on together that associations like APCO and ENA and others can help push out just with the basics and refresh that once in a while.
It was really helpful in location accuracy when the two associations and the carriers got together and committed to common development of a roadmap they all got credit for. So something in this area I think would be helpful also, so that what we heard from here from some of the PSAPs as to who certifies. There's 6 certification mechanisms out there.
Right. Yeah.
Jeff.
Thank you.
Getting back to the question of how do you market it, how do you get the word out, I think if this group focuses on making sure we have a set of standards and certifications that creates additional value for the users, for the end users, that is all you need to do. The app makers are going to merchandise it and message it and figure out the right way to communicate it to the end users, or else the end user is not going to use the app to call 911 in the first place. So if you can make sure the standards are ultimately not just benefiting the PSAPs, but benefiting the end user, the app makers will figure out the best way to do it. Trying to prescribe the right way to communicate it, I think, will be a total disaster. Nobody reads anything in an app. People don't read tutorials or anything like that. So the app makers will figure it out if there's value to the end user, and if there's not, then they're not going to build it, and they're not going to try to message it.
That's a good point. We can make this way too hard
if
if we're not careful.
Yeah, I'll second that too.
Okay, well, we've gone over time, but I think this has been a really terrific discussion. I want to ask Admiral Simpson if he has any closing remarks, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, let me just thank, first of all of you for coming to this so prepared to have the engagement that we had today. I thought it was very positive. There's a huge demand signal for what we all talked about here today. There's rising expectations among citizens and communities on what we're going to do in this space. And I'm excited about what was begun here and what you've already done in this space. So we want to keep the momentum up. I think we talked about some kind of public notice that we'll put out that captures the sense of the discussion here, and that also lays out next steps for us. I know that we will want to go into some of that clarity around risk responsibility, that we'll want to have the standards groups get together and talk a little more about that. We definitely want to look into the business models that are out there to ensure that we're not unintentionally creating disincentives for app development, but where we can, in providing clarity, increase the innovation applied to this area. That's a real strong objective for us. So we'll want to keep this up in a drumbeat and just appreciate the involvement of all of you all, and those that weren't here because of space. We really want this discussion not to be just confined to this group, but to the much larger audience that we're hopeful is looking at bringing their creative energies, their innovation to the space. So that's why it won't just be this. We'll use public notices to ensure that engagement is broader.
And with that in mind, I want to just have Dana talk about a couple of housekeeping and follow-up matters.
Yeah, and on the note of public notice is, in addition, we're going to keep our internet email inbox open for 911 app workshop at fcc.gov. So we invite you to submit materials, additional presentation materials, even some comments, white papers, whatever you got, because we do need to keep this conversation going. So we intend to do so, and we hope that that email inbox will at least serve as a good avenue to reach us to facilitate the conversation. Additionally, we're going to have all of the presentations from today. They're going to be posted on the web, hopefully by the end of the day today or sometime shortly for your perusal if you care to do so. And the meeting will be archived on the web. So if you want to go back and rewind to what you said or what another person said, that will be available too. So we really do want to keep this dialogue open, and we will be receptive to anything anyone might have to say about it.
And not just keep the dialogue open, but drive to effective capabilities. That's the real goal, because we love dialoguing with you.
Right.
But we really want to drive to effective capabilities for Americans.
Do it.
Yeah.
With that, thank you all. It's been a really productive day, and we wish you safe travels, and I'm sure we will be dialoguing and driving the agenda very soon. Thanks again.